Finally, Kanu has joined the presidential race. The NDC of Kanu Fresh yesterday nominated one Gideon Moi to be its presidential candidate 2022. What do you think is the ramification of nomination of Gideon to be the flag bearer of Kanu? Is he a Pacesetter or is he in to win this race? Of importance, we saw all handshake partners gracing the occasion. Raila Odinga was the chief guest. There was Kalonzo Musyoka. There was Musalia Mudavadi. There was Wetangula had sent a representative, that is Chris Wamalwa. And then also Jubilee MPs were present. So that means the whole handshake team was unanimously agreeing with what was happening in Bomas. Some time back, Uhuru said that my choice for 2022 will shock you. So are we in for a root shock? Is Gideon Moi being considered one of the horses, or is just there as a Pacesetter or to mark time, and then the real candidate is unveiled? There was Oka principles, yes, but skillfully Gideon did not even focus on Oka thing, except except Kalonzo Musyoka, who reminded the audience about Oka. The rest of the principles of Oka didn't focus on this Oka thing. So we don't know whether it has died a natural death and everybody is out to hunt for himself, or there is still a hidden card. So you're welcome tonight. Let's have a conversation of the implication of Kanu Fresh in the 2022 poll. Will he be able to manage the tithe of UDA in the Rift Valley, or he might be focusing on a national seat and the base is not there? So let's have your views. I just want to share a few clips to remind us of what happened. One of the things also that came out clear yesterday was that the Prime Minister categorically inspired Gideon to move on and said that nobody should intimidate him and tell him that he's a dynasty. He said he should carve his own niche and appear to be his own man, because none of them, including the Prime Minister, qualifies to be a dynasty. So you're welcome. Let's have your views on the same.
Kabarak. Watu walikuwa na huzuni mingi zaidi, lakini siku hiyo hiyo Raymond akachukua ile fimbo ya mzee, amesema yeye ndiye mkubwa kwa umri, lakini kwa siasa anataka Gideon ndiye ashike hiyo. Na Gideon akapewa. Mimi nilimwambia simama imara, wewe ni wewe. Mtu asimwambia wewe ati wewe si ni dynasty. Mzee Moi alitoka kule kienda huko juu Sacho, ufukara kubwa. Alipewa ng'ombe kupeleka siji kilomita ngapi kwenda kuuza ng'ombe ile pate karo ya shule. Kule kwa ufukara. Na yeye akatoka kule, akaja, akasoma, akawa mwalimu, baadaye akaruka mpaka akawa rais wa taifa letu. Hai kweli, hiyo si dynasty. Kama Jaramogi alitoka kwa ufukara, akafanya kazi kwa bidii mpaka akawa makamu wa rais wa taifa letu. Mzee Kenyatta alikuwa anasoma hii mita ya maji hapa, mita reader hapa katika town. Hata baba yake hakujua. Ametoka huko mpaka baadaye akaenda juu mpaka akawa rais wa taifa letu. Hiyo sio dynasty. Dynasty ni ile utawala ya kifalme, ambaye mtu akikufa mtoto wake anarithi. Lakini Moi alipata tu kwa sababu ya uwezo wake. Hata Jaramogi, hata Kenyatta, na hata Uhuru, na Gideon, na hata Raila.
Okay, Raila anasema Gideon sio dynasty, Moi sio dynasty, na also Uhuru sio dynasty. So who is a dynasty? Okay, let's hear what Gideon himself said in the meeting part of it.
Chairman Gideon Moi to contest in the 2022 presidential election. Moi, in his acceptance speech, said he would kickstart an intensive campaign across the country in the race to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Truth be told, my heritage makes me the most unlikely person to stand in your presence today and be nominated for the presidency by you. And so today, I've heard your voices. I've listened to you. The voice of the people is the voice of God. And I'm obliged to heed your call to serve, as it is the only patriotic thing to do.
Yes, Gideon says the voice of the people is the voice of God. So could he be the chosen one to lead this country? Interesting was the song that was playing. You know, Baba was playing One Love, and Gideon decided to play anachukua anaweka. Hiyo ni nini? Sasa sijui ni nini. Okay, mtatupatia maoni. Onesimus, how are you? Onesimus, kindly unmute.
Huh?
Yes, weka ka volume kidogo.
Okay. Nanipata sasa? Hello?
You are not clear. Yeah, now you're okay.
Au umenipata sasa?
Ya hapo iko sawa, endelea. So usitoe hapo, weka sellotape hapo.
Okay. Uko aje?
Niko salama.
Hata pia mimi niko salama.
Unasikiaje na hii song ya Gideon Moi? Unasikiaje na hii song ya Gideon Moi anachukua anaweka?
Hiyo
Is it presidential?
No. Hiyo hata haitafanya. Haiwezekani hivyo. Ati anachukua anaweka. Hiyo ni nini sasa?
Hiyo songo maanisha nini? Sijui mimi. Hiyo ni ya vijana, mimi unajua ni old school.
Hiyo tukuja sasa kwa point.
Okay, how was the
baba amesema Gideon sio dynasty. Tukuja sasa kwa point.
Okay, umesikia mwenyewe, umesikia maoni ya baba? We have lost him. We have lost we have lost him. Let me just read a few comments as he comes back. Okay, Stephen Nyambane says, we'll carry the day. Okay, Nyambane believes that Mankidi will carry the day. Cornelius 2 says president. Kemei Evans says Mwache mzee aende home please. Geoffrey Wafula says Rao should go home. Kemei Kipkemoi says the only man that we know is William Ruto. Godfrey Wafula says Dynasty Warriors. Mwangi says sasa Kanu fresh, so hata wangejaribu kuchange jina ya mtu isiwe Moi. Same Mangi, same forest, at least change one jameni. Okay. Sami Ambuka says Kenyans are going to sell their votes again with the mtu yetu riddle. Bado tunaendelea kuumia. BG says always. Okay. Mtu akiandika matusi huwa sisomi. Okay, Enoch Kemboi hustle ndio kusema Kidi awache ni upusi sio ubusi. Naelewa penye tunatoka. Onesimus anasema no day Gideon atakuwa preso, William ndio preso. Okay, thank you. Keep your comments coming. Try to use good language. Kuna zingine zinanishida kusoma. We don't read abusive language here. So, are you back? Ajaru, let me try Tom. How are you, Tom? Tom.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm doing well. And you?
Yeah. Yes. Are you aware of what we are discussing? Kanu fresh.
Yeah, I can see Kanu fresh.
Yes, you saw the event, isn't it?
Yes, I did see the event.
In your own view and judgment, is Gideon the fifth? Is he going to give others the right to the money? Ama ako tu hapo kama Pacesetter?
Gideon Moi is we call them flower girls, escorting the bride to the altar. So eventually the real bride is going to show up and will take over the throne. So Gideon Moi, these are people. Gideon by himself even may not really bring much to the table to even tilt the table so much. He may not help any of those candidates, in my view, to get the 50+1, or even deny any of those candidates the 50+1. I think what he brings to the table is quite little with regards to votes. What he could bring to the table could be the perceptual value. Now, there's some people who bring to your team to bring the perception that the Kalenjins are represented, at least in the Odinga's camp, if eventually he ends up supporting Odinga. But by himself, I think the Kalenjins have made up their mind, and the Greater Rift Valley, generally, at least most of them seem to be pointing towards a Ruto presidency. But even these people in Baringo, most of them have already appear to be shifting towards that side, and you would see that with regards to even the vote, BBI. But in terms of vying for presidency, even him, he knows. I think he's probably preparing himself for a future contest, probably in 2027, where he would be strong enough to stand for presidency. But I think one thing with him is that he seems to me like a safe pair of hands, because all these other people, Ruto, Raila, they have certain flaws that have come up in public, and it's very easy to attack them based on that. But Gideon Moi, apart from the fact that people are calling him Dynasty, he is not necessarily so dirty that you will get a lot of that to fight him from, apart from his relationship with his father, who was a president. But he is yet to get his real, I don't know how to put it, but he's yet to get his ground politically, because he's too soft, he's too quiet, and that is one of the things that is also bedeviling Musalia Mudavadi. He comes out as too soft for the Kenyan politics. The Kenyan politics sometimes require you to be a little abrasive. You have to confront the issues. If it is corruption, can you confront it? Can you confront your opponent? Because they will come dirty. Are you able to confront them back to back, like you see Raila and Ruto? They are both abrasive, but I think Gideon Moi is too soft. And politics is a dirty game. I don't think if he doesn't change tact, he may not go far. Thank you.
Tom, let me ask you two questions. One, why are you using Raila and Ruto as a yardstick? They have never been president. And maybe when we look at the presidents who have been in Kenya, Uhuru is not abrasive. Kibaki was not abrasive, yet they became president. So why are you using Ruto and Raila as a yardstick for Gideon?
That's a very good question. If you look at least politically, during the time of Kibaki, the politics were quite different if compared to now, because the youthful leaders have come in. You saw the way Uhuru was during the campaigns. He was quite abrasive, to be honest. You saw him calling Raila Mganga, and it was always insults after. I know Ruto was more abrasive than Uhuru, but I think to some extent he was also abrasive. But Gideon I think he's extremely soft, and unfortunately, the Kenyan voters identify with that kind of politics, at least recently. And then another challenge with Gideon is that he doesn't have a strong backing from his own home ground. So that is going to affect him greatly, because the Ruto factor is going to interfere with what he brings to the table, at least with regards to negotiation. And that is what affected Isaac Ruto. He was in the NASA team, but couldn't marshal enough support to help the Raila side. That's my view.
Okay, so the last question is, supposing he decides to run up to 2022, is there anything he will contribute to democracy? Sometimes the challenge with Kenyans is we focus on the two people at the top who might win the election. But we forget that each and every candidate, there's something they bring on the table, and there's something they contribute towards democracy. Like he's giving us a chance to look at him and say, when you look at Gideon, I've never seen him angry. And so he's a sober guy. He doesn't bear grudges. He doesn't have a baggage. You know, sometimes people are aggressive and abrasive because of the baggage they carry from the back. He doesn't have. He's a sober and a cool guy. Don't you think in democracy we need to assess all candidates and say that I think we have had this type of leadership, we have had this type of leadership, let's try this in a sober way without being held hostage like this one will win or this one will not win?
I think in an ideal world, then we were supposed to look at the qualities of all these leaders and say that Raila Odinga, these are his weaknesses, these are his strengths, based on their political history and what they have done, what their track record is. And ideal world, that is what you would look at and compare Raila, Ruto, Gideon, Mudavadi, and all those politicians based on their records. And if you were to vote based on that alone, then Raila and Ruto may not even stand a chance, because if you look at somebody like Ruto, his political past is so much shadowed with a lot of corruption cases, which may or may not be true, but at least I'm getting some echo. I don't know whether it's because some people have their mics on. I'm not sure. I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, moved. It was Abdul. Let me just mute him. Then you proceed.
Okay. As I was saying, in an ideal world, I think if you were to look at the policies and the character and personality of the leaders, then I think most of these top leaders would not stand a chance. In fact, it would be easy to look at somebody like Musalia Mudavadi and Gideon Moi, because they appear sober enough, like you put it. But we are living in a real world where even the Kenyan voters are aware that most of these people may not even stand a chance. So let us gamble between Raila and Ruto and see who is better, because we are now looking at two devils and say who is the better devil, who is the lesser devil. And Gideon Moi also looks like a puppet, in as much as he looks like he's soft. He appears to me like somebody who can be a puppet for the rich political elite who are working the dynasties, as they are called, and these rich people who bankroll elections. I think he looks like somebody who can be a pushover. Doesn't seem to me like somebody who has matured enough for a difficult seat like the presidency. So in a way or another, I don't think he has matured enough for that seat. Thank you.
Okay, just the final question on puppet. For those who have had the history of Kenya, they say that when Moi was coming to power, in fact, the reason why even they accepted, they say the Mount Kenya mafia in courts accepted to have him take over from Kenyatta is that he looked weak and they thought they will control him, only to turn out to be different, and he ruled for those 24 years. So can you just see somebody and see like this one is a puppet?
Yeah, I agree with you, but if you look at also the political history of Moi, you realize that he was quite soft before the attempted coup. He only became majorly he became a dictator after these people tried to topple his government. So that made him a little more dictatorial than before. But I also agree that this seat, even if you look at Uhuru Kenyatta, the second term he has come out more stronger than the first term. And you have seen him being more presidential than he was in the first term. So I think some of them are born leaders and some become leaders while in the seat. So I think he also has a chance. He could grow up and become a different person. We have seen all that in most of these political leaders. because nobody has ever been president before. You become president while in the seat, and some of these things you grow into them while in the seat. So I wouldn't really completely write him off. I think he has a chance, but at least from the outside view, that is what I'm able to observe of him.
Much Tom, was Tom giving us his view on presidency of one man, Gideon Moi. Let's have Dev. How are you? Is Dev around ama aliregister na akaenda kukula sapa? Okay, let's have Abdul. How are you?
Hi.
Okay. Hi,
Hello.
Abdul. How are you?
Am I audible?
Talking to who, Dev or Abdul?
Dave.
Who is that? Oh, you are audible.
I'm Dave.
Tunakusikia.
Oh.
Yeah,
Thank
proceed.
you so much for allowing me. Okay.
Okay, when you start talking, there's echoes. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe.
Can you check? Maybe you've
why.
opened more than once. Check your links. You just do this, shut it down, then restart. You might have opened through the WhatsApp and not WhatsApp, the Facebook and the other one, the YouTube. So just shut the links and then restart. Okay, let's have Demba. How are you, Demba?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, good night from my end.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from wherever you are.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
you have seen our man Kipsiele.
That's
Kipsiele or whatever. Kipsiele. Yes.
And I can see
Deto has joined. You're welcome, Deto.
I can see Deto. How are you, Deto?
I'm fine. Deto,
how are you guys? The only song
Thank you.
I know in town.
Guys, I've also missed you a lot.
The only Soba supporter I've met in town.
Yeah, no emotion. No emotion. Niko fresh bala. Nasikia sijui watu tena wanaimba, sijui unashikiria, sijui unafanya nini. I think those are very different kind of narratives. Ati sijui unaweka wapi. Sasa hiyo ni nini sasa? What strategy is that?
The theme song.
Wow.
Okay, it was my time. Nimekaribisha the chief Huda supporter. Karibu Ndeto. It's always nice to meet you here. Always good to
thank
engage.
You so much. I feel good. You guys, were it not for your presence, we cannot make sense out of our debate. So I highly appreciate you guys too. Yes.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you here. Don't disappear for so long, man.
Sure.
Okay, let me go straight to give my submission. Yeah, let me give my submissions after that. What were you asking, Wekesa?
I wanted you to give us your perspective on what you saw from the organization of the event, the people invited, and so is the guy serious making a step on the presidency, or is he a pacesetter? Looking at how the event went.
Okay, I observed the event, and I saw what he was trying to do in terms of re-energizing Kanu. Let's admit Kanu has, other than ODM, it has a great network in terms of offices spread across the country. So that is one advantage that Kanu has. How vibrant those offices are is a debate. You know, in terms of there was the former president had made sure that Kanu had been had been taken to the grassroots by the chiefs. You remember even the chiefs during those days were campaigning for Kanu. So as far as inheriting the structure of a party, that was good as far as it could go. But to realize as time has gone by, the fortunes of Kanu has dwindled. it has slowly not had the membership represented in parliament as it used to have. To an extent, right now, I'm not so sure how many MPs Kanu has in parliament. So he's trying to revamp the party, and he's calling it, there's a nice slogan that is bring it Kanu, fresh, and a fresh start for Kanu and stuff. I see a lot of struggle for him in terms of claiming relevance, but I think he brings with himself a lot of money, wealth that will be needed in any political camp that he would be joining. He got the money, that whatever side is going to be, whether it is within Raila side or whoever camp that, or Oka side, or wherever he's going to go, he's going to be a key person in terms of oiling the machinery. So as far as that is concerned, he's going to contribute. But as far as political strategy, I don't think I have seen him being so much, popular, because the ground seemed to be so unfriendly to him, and I think that will be a struggle. I've also seen something happening. I saw some of the youths within Rift Valley saying that if they are going to go, if the competition is going to shape up as it is shaping, that there will be those who are coalescing around, bringing their communities with them and saying that we want some stake in the national development. And then there's, William Ruto, the deputy president, who is saying that he doesn't want to negotiate with anybody. So there are those within the Rift Valley who have a feeling that if indeed this other group comes together and takes leadership, they are going to be left out. They might find themselves entirely in the opposition that has been happening for the Nyanza region for a long time. So they're also happy that at least they have someone who is going to represent their interest within the table, which is also something that you can say is a positive for them. If they come in and they meet and he's within this side where they are coalescing together, if they take the leadership, then they are going to still be in government. And if Ruto goes to the opposition, they can still claim some level of representation through formally different, kind of fresh. So there's some positivity. I don't expect him. I don't know where we got the idea of being abrasive and being tough is about giving the most insults to your opponent. So you realize even some of us saying that Ruto has been very robust and doing this, you figure out that insults are equated to being a tough and an aggressive politician. So most of the people maybe who have come out against Raila, they even going to podiums lying about Raila or whichever side, throwing insults and saying that is being abrasive. I think we need to chart a different path for our politics so that it is not about the insults. It's about pushing the policies and the agendas that you stand for. But it has someone saying that Uhuru was so abrasive some years back, 2013, equated to giving the most insults to the next person. I think that tells a lot about the population. And it is true. We find the most insults that is being hurled to the opponent, the more we clap. So politicians tell the population what they want to hear. So I think that that's something that we probably need to start changing the narrative, so that if a politician is going to sell the agenda, they don't have to hurl insults to the opponent. I think that is what I can say for now, Wekesa.
You were supposed to comment something on. Okay, let me show you what I wanted you to comment on. There were five former NASA principals. What do you think their presence signifies?
Yeah, thank you. I was supposed to comment on the presence of Kalonzo, Musalia, Raila, and Wetangula being represented by, I think Chris Wamalwa. And of course, the Kanini Kega being there for the president, which he said that he was there because he had been sent by the president. Now, it's worth to note that, of course, Musalia, Kalonzo, and GM, they belong to OKA, One Kenya Alliance, right? Together with Chris Wamalo representing Wetangula. So they were bound to come in so that they can show that we are still together. You realize lately they have not been seen in any function together for a while. So this was probably also an opportunity for them to come and say that, hey, we to communicate psychologically that we are still here together, we are still holding strong. Now, of note was the presence of Raila in that particular forum. You see, Raila, apparently the OKA, One Kenya Alliance guys, each of them separately, have said that they cannot allow themselves to support Raila again. But you realize that GM has not come, Gideon Moi has not come any time to say that he cannot support Raila. In fact, in most of his conversations, he still goes ahead and says that even the prime minister is still with us in talking terms. And some circles has been said that could be something that has been causing a little bit of a problem within them, especially when they go to talk. Because there are these three people who have said categorically, the former NASA principals, who have said that they are not going to support anybody else. Mudavadi supporters are telling him to go to the end because he apparently seems to be a more uniting figure, considering the protagonists, that is Raila and Ruto. So he's selling himself as they go in between them. So we are yet going to see what happens as the negotiation go on. But I read a group that is willing to work together going to next year. And if you heard the comments of the deputy president after that, was like, now they are now coming up strongly against him and the people, which I don't think it is true. Whatever it is that deputy president is talking about, if they are talking about people who have money, deputy president has money, Gachagua has money, they are billionaires. Modama is a billionaire. Gachagua is a billionaire. Deputy president is a billionaire. So they would say that they're these billionaires who are now plotting against other billionaires. So I think that argument is hogwash in my view, and cannot really stand the test of time. We need, as we move forward, if it is so clear which camps are there, then we can now appreciate that these are the people who are going to go to the ballot. I, however, would be so quick to add that the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, needs to be very, very tactical and cautious, even as he moves on with this kind of negotiations and all. And this is why you realize that the Mount Kenya has come. I mean, the other day he had a meeting with the businessmen from Mount Kenya Foundation, in a way that they are supporting him. And of course, things have happened. The environment, people may read that they are trying to create a good environment for him. Now, chances are that that could be true or it could not be true. So if I'm a politician at his level, I would say that trust but verify, because in the event that things don't happen the way you want, then the president, His Excellency, the President Uhuru Kenyatta, will say, you can see I did my part, but you still didn't make it. I tried to create an environment, so they might go back to the idea that, you see, even when the environment is made appropriate, you still don't win, and then that becomes a point of contention. So he should be, at this point in time, not rest easy that now, okay, fine, we have climbed the mountain and everything is okay. Have all the voters registered, vote as they did and more last time. Have key areas taken care of, not just looking at one side of the argument. That for me is what I would say, because right now anything is possible in politics. Thank you.
Okay, let me spare other questions for the next round. Let's have Mike, you have been coming on and off. Mike, how are you?
Network problem, but I think I'm now stable. I'm good, sir. Network problem, but I think it's now stable.
Now you can speak before the network disappoints you. maybe money has been poured to sabotage you.
Maybe a drove. Maybe a drove is hovering over my house and intercepting the waves.
Themba might be sending his shock waves to interfere with your waves. Okay, proceed.
Anything is possible in this country. Yes, thank you, sir. I think on the issue of Kanu Fresh, I think this for those of us who have been in this country at a mature age for long enough, you can see this is a very, very familiar script that has been played over very many times. That sometimes to election, all parties from regions will come up with a presidential candidate and create and hype a very, very big euphoria of excitement around their party members, so that they can see that they exist as a party, and then at some point, of course, coalesce around one person that they will agree on at a later stage, and say that Kenya is bigger than all of us, and we have agreed to unity for the sake of the country. You can if you watched the event today, you could see from the body language of the host, that is Senator Gideon. There wasn't so much excitement. It's like he knew he was just doing it for the show. He looked so tired. He looked. You couldn't see any seriousness of somebody who is very serious about what he's talking about, other than the comedians around who made the event very exciting. There wasn't anything substantially exciting about his entry, and his pronouncement of wanting to be president was also almost laughable to people who know his strength in his backyard, because if you understand Kenya's politics and you look back at 2017, those of us who know, he will tell you that it took the intervention of Uhuru to secure the Senate seat in Baringo for Gideon, because Jubilee was so strong there, and it still is. You can tell by the number of MCs in Baringo County. So he just creates Gideon creates a good color of very many parties in future getting together to front one party, and then it creates an impression that very many parties, the way Jubilee came about, they talked of very many parties coming together. So those numbers really create an excitement that very many people have come together to support one person. And it also serves another thing. It denies the deputy president the bragging rights of coming from his backyard and unopposed, because that same scenario is being created in Nyanza, where Migori governor says he wants to stand for president, so that Nyanza looks like it is also divided, and it has other people coming up to contest the Baba from being the undisputed kingpin in the region. That script is so predictable that at some point Joho also wanted to come up and say he wants to be president, but it was now becoming a bit laughable. So I think he was told not to go so far with that, because if every county somebody comes and says he wants to be president just for the sake of it, it even makes the meaning of the whole office look so casual. People are just you just wake up and say you want to be president, and you want people to take you serious. It was going to lose meaning for people who have been taken seriously before, like Joho, who people take seriously, that when he does something, he means it. So I think for Gideon, he has to do it because he's the chairman of a party, and every party that is formed with the purpose of taking power. So he has to fulfill that requirement or that ambition of every party. Otherwise, they will be seen to be. People have said the Kanu is dead. They will have confirmed that it is dead. But of course, he has now resuscitated it. It will also be a good fallback for some members, not necessarily in Rift Valley, because I think Kanu has a member outside Rift Valley. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. I think Kanu has an MP outside Rift Valley. So I think it will be a good fallback when the nominations take place from the big parties, and people are not nominated. Those are some of the parties people will fall back to. So he's trying to create also a good. He's trying to clean up his house so that it welcomes people
Mike,
who will fall out of place. Yes.
Yeah, but apart from those observations, don't you know that Gideon Moi is like Uhuru is a prince, and he's not just looking for those small things like fallout in nomination, but actually this guy is positioning himself for presidency, whether it is not 2022, 26. Don't you think he's coming out to say, hey guys, I mean this thing, you may consider me for the future, because we may say the event didn't have some, but let's give him credit, there was some color. He really, in terms of investment, I don't think, given all those OCA principles, I don't think kuna mtu anaweza anda that event to that level in terms of spending. Maybe there are only few people who can outspend him, maybe Ruto and Raila, but the rest cannot under an event to that level. Yeah, so maybe color is not just about excitement. Gideon is a prince, and he looks things from a different angle. It's not just the excitement. It's also about the stature when you look at the stage of the event, can you give him credit?
Of course, he has helped. One, he has kept Kanu alive. Kanu would have been dead without him. That is a fact. Give it to him, because he has literally been financing the existence of Kanu from his pocket. That one, give it to him. And having said that, I would agree with you to some extent, because Uhuru Kenyatta all of us dismissed Uhuru Kenyatta a few years ago, not knowing that him being alive in Kanu was going to give him a stepping stone to another, to give him another life in another generation. So that is possible. And as you say, we never know the type of discussion that these people entered into when Uhuru, Raila, and Gideon met their political father. Of course, Moi is not Mzee Moi is not Raila's political father, but you can say the father of the nation at that time. So they might have entered into some an agreement that let's keep these families afloat in whatever way we can. So that one I can give it that thought that it is possible that he's looking at beyond 2022, and that's why we should not write him off. But for purposes of being serious for 2022, I think you and me should be honest enough to say that he's investing for the future, but not for 2022.
Thank you for your contribution, Mike. Let's bring in Ndeto. Ndeto, how are you, Ndeto?
I'm fine, Wekesa.
Did Gideon cleverly give Baba a platform and then he ran away? Let me begin from there before you make your contribution.
I tend to think or concur with you. That could be what is happening, because whether they rebrand Kanu or it remained the way it was, I don't think there is any big change. It's just dramatic, just to create some attention in the media houses. So, because if this guy, sincerely speaking, he is saying he is a presidential candidate, he was endorsed, then we also saw Baba, whom we also expect to be in the ballot. We also saw the Oka team exempting this guy called Wetangula. I think what these people are doing, they are just trying to attract some attention. So Gideon was giving Baba a platform indirectly, because even when Baba finished addressing the people, he did not even wait to see what was happening. He was in a hurry. He was heading somewhere. So that's the point, Wekesa.
Okay.
Wekesa.
Yeah. Now you can weigh in the rest. What about the Oka principals who are there? And then the whole speech of Gideon about what he was planning to do, formally different. Did it come out clearly like this is a presidential candidate, somebody who is ready to make a step for president?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Let me begin first by appreciating that Moi's family has contributed much to this country. And that's something that we should not even assume. So someone in the platform mentioned that Gideon is not a politician. He was forced into that task, and it was through the help of Kenyatta's family that they even ensured that this man clinged into a senatorial kind of a seat. So even when you see him expressing himself, he is not a so good orator. He does not make a lot of influence to the congregation. He is a man of few words. He is so conservative. Even one guy cracked some jokes and said that, he cannot even harm a housefly. And, if there is something we should never assume as politicians, is maybe how people perceive you, it really matters. Because remember, these are the people who came out in large numbers to vote for you. They would like to hear you talk. They would like to hear you, if there are issues, they would like to hear you confronting them. But if you are too silent, if you are a person who can only be forced or who can only be pushed, you cannot push yourself. You cannot even go to the people and ask them. Then I think that's why this guy cannot make a president. We need a person. You remember someone like Kibaki. We cannot say Kibaki was so outspoken, but the guy was hilarious. The guy could create a lot of life out of situations. But wait until Gideon cracks even a joke. So, to the Oka team, I think basing on what I observed, especially before Baba left, someone like Karonzo was really like joyriding the occasion, because you could see how he was like dancing, how he was feeling good. These guys are just making or publicizing themselves. They are doing a media capture kind of campaigns where they would like to appear in the pages of newspapers, because if you keenly listened to what Baba said, Baba is so much against the we against the others. That is, there are no dynasties in Kenya, and there are no hustlers. He even tried to come out and express why we should not perceive the big families of Kenyatta, of Moi, and even of Odinga as dynasties. But to my own viewpoint, this man is wise. But this time round, Kenyans must know the truth, because you cannot tell us that all of us are equal. Well, as we know, some of us are languishing in problems where right now, when the cost of petroleum products is escalated, it is not affecting this top 5%. Actually, they are the owners of these businesses of petroleum. They are the people who make decisions in the economy of these nations. So if they decide to exploit Kenyans, they will. So they should not come like they tell us, we are like you, I mean, if people right now, majority people are not affording a daily meal, that's a packet of unga every day. Then what these guys are just advocating in their campaign platforms is how they will become presidents, how some will become MCAs, others MPs, others senators. I think we are losing the point. And the best one is he who is telling us how he will bring Kenya out of these shackles of the poverty we are getting through. Because remember, after COVID-19, a lot of things came to be or came to like affect our economy. Actually, more than 45% of Kenyans, you will find they cannot afford that single meal. They cannot even afford to get a job. Yet, these big fish who are always telling us maybe how we should vote for them, they are not telling us how today we are going to feed these people. The other day I heard the president declaring that 5 counties are in hunger. What is this stringent measure that these guys are putting on board to ensure that those people in Northeastern, they are not like affected by hunger? Well, food is getting rotten in the gardens, in the slopes of Aberdare Ranges, that is Kinangop or in Nyandarua. There are counties which do not have that food. Where are the post-harvest strategies to ensure that all the food that is produced by farmers does not go to loss, that it can be used or distributed to other people, even if they will purchase this food at a lower price, but we ensure that it does not get to loss? Who is this leader who is bringing such things into light? I think as Kenyans, that's one of the criterion we should use to select the next president. Not the games of Tibim Tiarara, not the games of Sijui Huyu, Sijui Hule. Those are not the games that we are talking about. We should listen to the agenda of let us make our economy grow. Another thing I've come to learn along the week is that there is this governor of Nyandarua, Kimemia. You know, I come from Nyandarua County, and this guy, I can tell you for sure, he has tried to his level best, but I can tell you, people are not yet satisfied. And when he is invited in a national platform, you could hear what he is talking about. He is only telling us how they are planning to make some people president through the route of deep state. I mean, even if we are so foolish as Kenyans, I think that's a high level of, those are sensitive lines we should always avoid, especially as leaders, because this guy may think he is just making his name or he is just creating fame. But you cannot imagine that law in Nyanza, when he fights that maybe his candidate does not become the president, or that Kikuyu in Central fight that his or her candidate does not become the president, then we shall start thinking about the Pythagoras theorem, the ones that we were told the other day. We shall start thinking about the deep state, just because a leader uttered various words. So what I mean is, whether a president will be made through deep state, whether a president will be made through voting, Kenya is a democratic nation. Let us allow people the will to vote. Let us allow people the will to make their decisions. Let us produce a good environment, an environment that invites and brings people together despite their ethnic extract, despite where you come from. You are my brother. Today, if either of us here in this platform, you get ill and you are in need of blood, let me tell you, if your blood is O negative and you are a Luo, or you are a Gusi, or you are a Kikuyu, then you will just need a person who can give you that type of blood, whether it is Deto, whether it is Wekesa, regardless of their tribe. But what these leaders are trying to show us is that they can gather into small cocoons basing on their tribes so that to mobilize people against other leaders. Look at what Kuria and Moses and Kionjore are doing, trying to gang up.
Can I ask Ndeto a question?
Yes, move on, or
Sure.
you let me finish, then you come in.
No, you are talking for too long, and I'm waiting to give you a question.
No,
Now,
that way you can break it into two parts. Let him ask a question, then you can proceed. Because when
okay,
it's
no problem.
long,
Come up,
people may forget what they wanted to ask.
Ndeto, you need to give us a chance to ask you questions. You are going.
He has accepted. Ask them.
Ndeto, you seem to be, in my view, you seem to be one-sided. It is Gachagua who is a key UDA supporter, who has gone on record and gone ahead to start telling other leaders, especially Raila, that he should be prepared to concede 2022, and he should sign that he is not going to throw stones. Okay? So that in itself is already stereotyping a community and a person. It is also still the same UDA president, the deputy president, who has gone ahead and said that the other people are coming together as leaders. They are forgetting that there are people supporting those people. And I am coming together as Kenyans. And yet, at the Hustler Mansion, every other time there is a group of ethnic communities coming to the Hustler Mansion. And you are here talking about tribal groupings. Yet, every other time there are a group of tribal groupings from different sides of the country trooping to the Hustler Mansion. So would you use the same kind of a language that if you are saying attacking tribal, whatever, it is not just targeting one side? And also, number two, everybody is going for presidency. Nobody is going there to seek chicken dip chairmanship. The deputy president and every other person wants to be the president. So I think it is unfair for you to come and say that now if people are using their tactics to win the presidency, they are cocooning as tribes. But when they are going to Hustler Mansion as tribal groups, they are going there as Kenyans. That's my comment and question,
Okay.
so that you can be more objective than subjective in your argument.
And Nani,
okay,
Ndeto, after you answer that, Ndeto, after you answer that,
yes.
I want you to bring us back to the debate. I see the drift.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for telling him to stop going away from the debate. The debate is Kanu fresh, my friend. But comment on that.
Okay, I appreciate that you are asking a question to a drifted debate. So it is making sense. I can understand. So coming to the first question, that Baba should be preparing to concede. Maybe a certain candidate said that. Let me tell you this, Themba. Facing you deep into your eyes. Baba is not new in the political arena. We have seen him trying all his ways out until his brother came out and said, I think what we have been missing is the deep state. So now, Baba has the deep state. Is he going to win? The other day, it was said that he is only remaining with one bullet. But Baba stood and declared that he has a magazine. Meaning, if this man will also lose in 2022, there is a possibility to fight him in the ballot in 2027, in 2032, and also in 37.
Does the constitution allow?
We shall see 100.
Wait, Neto.
He's going to lose to who? He's going to lose to who? You people.
Does the constitution allow?
You should encourage yourself well. But
let me finish.
Don't use somebody's...
Let me finish.
Neto.
Let me finish, Bernard.
Neto.
Let us listen to one another.
Wait, Neto.
You ask the questions. Let me first finish.
Does the constitution bar anyone? No, does the constitution bar anyone to run? Does the constitution give a maximum age for running as a president? Does it?
You know, this constitution
no, just say
was
yes
about
or no.
to be changed.
Does it give? Does it give a
that is a categorical. Let me answer you, and
so
don't guide me how I should answer you.
No, constitution is clear.
Don't
give
answer
a minimum?
to yourself. Let me answer your question, Themba. You know, this constitution was about to be.
No. Don't give something that is not constitutional.
Cool down.
Does the constitution?
Down. I wish Wekesa, you are the moderator. Please tell this guy to listen to me.
No, but you won't give me something. Neto, you and I know that we need to be guided by the constitution.
You know. Themba, you should listen.
Educate people on the constitution.
Many people are following.
Yes, but give people the true perspective of the constitution. Does the constitution give a maximum age for president? Does it? Yes or no?
Themba, it is. The answer is
and then
yes.
later you should conclude.
Let me move on. Yes, let me conclude. I will tell you this, Themba. The other day the constitution was about to be changed. Let me tell you, the same miracle that was about to happen in the next government, we don't know if Raila today becomes the president because he wanted this thing to be changed. Let me tell you, in a way, finally it will be changed. Remember the time of Moi? Even, I don't know how it came to be that this guy remained in power for 24 years. They used to change the constitution. I do not see Kenya having transited and growth in terms of democracy like developed nation. We are still crippling. We are still growing. And there is a possibility that to...
Neto, you are lying. You are
lying.
Listen.
Just
it's only section 2A.
Let me answer
section 2A that brought in multi-party democracy. But the age limit of the president, the age limit, the age limit, it gives the minimum, it doesn't give the maximum. And it doesn't give how many times you should vie.
Yes.
So stop commenting on things that are personal.
Okay.
It is your democratic right.
Okay, now
to vie as many times as you want. It is the people to decide. Wekesa, don't allow Neto to come here and lie to us.
Don't be emotional.
I'm not emotional. You are lying.
On this platform, Themba.
But don't lie.
You know, you should resonate. You should resonate and give people a chance to speak.
But don't lie.
I did not leave you as a heckler. I did not leave you as a heckler, Themba. Nowadays you are heckling. You know, I'm really wondering.
Okay, I've kept quiet. I've kept quiet.
Let me conclude.
Najua gari iko na vitu mingi. Tuko na steering ya driver na iko engine. Hata uwe kwa steering na engine inapiga makelele au engine ni mbovu, hakuna mahali unaenda. This country squarely is in our hands. Na nyinyi wana Kanu muko mbele kuhakikisha we have a country in 2022. Keeping Kenya together must be and should be the prayer of every Kenyan. Na yule mtu ambaye ana dawa ya kushika na kuweka hii Kenya pamoja ni Mheshimiwa Gideon Moi. Wengi hawataelewa yale ninasema, lakini yeye anaelewa kabisa. Namwambia nini? He will either hold this country together or we will not have a country next year. Whatever position, today we have said go for the presidency.
Wakesa, is that all?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to return us back to the debate. Let me tell you one thing that happened in Bomas, guys, and this should help us to grow even our channel. Most of those guys,
and if we are thinking,
sorry for that. Most of those guys were presidential candidates and had ambitions. But when they attended the Kanu NDC, the conversation was about Kanu. Are you seeing the drift? That's why I'm saying, even if we talk about development, we cannot bring up the development of agriculture and we start discussing about mining, or we start discussing about housing. It's good that we broaden. Now, it's good as guys who have been, and most of us have been frequent on this channel. We have brought the event. Let's analyze what happened there. Let's analyze even the speeches of these guys and see what is the drift. For me, it makes more sense, and we should also grow in our debate skills, because the challenge we have been having on this wall is that people say that regardless of the topic we put here, we will discuss the same thing. Regardless of the topic, we will come up. The other day, even I wanted to bring, I'm sure I saw that was drifting towards the topic of deep state. I'm sure if I bring that topic of deep state here, we will not focus on deep state. We will still drift. Why? And so we should not blame other people for being indisciplined. We should not blame Raila. We should blame Ruto. We should even start by blaming ourselves if we can't keep that discipline. So I want you guys to analyze what was Jirongo saying. Analyze what was Kalonzo saying. And see, they even try to keep also to the event of the day. In fact, they went even back to the history. Kanu has a long history. Kwa nini mnakosa debate? Kanu has a long history. A history of how many years?
Can I ask
if you can discuss even about Moi and Kenyatta, and because there are so many, even you discuss about Raila, how he was Kanu Secretary General.
Can I ask Ndeto a question before you bring Bernard?
I would be very happy.
Can I ask Ndeto a question because he's on the floor before you bring Bernard?
You see the problem with you two, you have lost me, so I don't want to give you
no. I know he's gonna be fairly responsive to this one. It's not going to be so much of an issue. Ndeto, are you okay?
I know Ndeto,
yeah, and provided you will give me a time to answer you. Yes.
Yeah,
but let this guy allow me to answer his questions, and he should not guide me how I should answer. That's where you are losing it, Themba. You should wait I finish to answer your question, then you come back like that, so that we make Wekesa's work easier.
The problem, Ndeto, is you take too long. You take too long to arrive at your conclusions. So let me ask you a question to just direct the point. What is your thoughts? Because you have commented on Gideon's personality. How would you contrast that with his dad's personality? Because it was in the 70s when the dad came into power. if you have read that, you realize he was not seen as the most likely person that he came to be when he took power. So how do you contrast the two? Because I think that would make more sense if we view him in the backdrop of that.
Okay, I would answer this way, Themba, that a lot of things have changed. By then, the use of technology was poorly done. And also, not many people, young people, who are so much interested in into politics. Maybe those in the colleges and universities, they were in the front line. But today, everything these people are saying, it is circulated either in the WhatsApp groups, either in Facebook, or you will even watch it on YouTube. And majority of people today, they have smartphones. So if maybe your competitor is making an occasion lively, and yourself, you are just there, so naive and waiting miracles to happen so that to pull the crowd, then I think that's why I'm saying his personality in a way may not match so well with his ambitions. Are you
But
there,
you realize that his personality as at now might not necessarily make him less qualified to be the president. It is how he becomes the president. You realize Moi Senior, people didn't know that Kenyatta was actually, what is, he was taken in because they felt that he was someone who was easier to do away with because of his personality. He was seen as he was very amiable. He was someone that they could easily get him off. But once he came, it happened by the misfortune that the Kenyatta Senior died. When he stepped into the thing, and I hear even his stepping in was controversial because the powers that were there at that time didn't want him to be. He reorganized the place and ruled for 24 years. So his demeanor, his initial personality that was seen like not abrasive, not what, and even for 24 years, Moi was seen not to be so abrasive, but he used to work through other means. So do you think...
Okay.
Still, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Themba, you know, during the time of old constitution, in a way, president had a lot of powers. And even if you even closely examined those who were very close friends of the president, people like J.M. Kariuki, people like Tom Mboya, people like this guy who used to be a certain minister during the time of Moi. Those guys, they had power. But when you look today's constitution, that power is in a way restrained. So there is a threshold. There is somewhere they cannot get beyond because they will be guided by the law. But by then, in a way, they could move even outside the law. So how many times have you seen, okay, like Gideon is a senator. For sure, if you ask me how many times I've seen him contributing in the Senate, I will tell you I've not seen. If anything, I've only had him out there campaigning. Very few occasions. But when you compare him with people like Irongo Kangata, people like Orengo, people like those guys, I mean, you will see what politics is all about. Because we would also not like to vote for a president who will be even so quiet. Hata siku yenye Somalia wanatuingilia, sorry to use that example, the guy is just quiet. We need a commander. We need a person who can command the army. We need a person who can talk and be heard. We need a person like Baba. You see, like the way Baba talks.
Get away with so many things.
You see the way also Ruto talks. Such people, they can pull crowds. And let me tell you, those are the type of people we need, not the likes of Gideon, not the likes of Musalia. You know, they are good candidates, but their personalities in a way might be a disaster.
Do you acknowledge that there is a president in the US called Joe Biden? And despite the crowd pull, Trump, people chose, they didn't choose based on the crowds. In fact, if you look at the crowds he was attracting and the other guy, it was completely different. But the guys went for...
You see, Wekesa, for this guy, you see, Wekesa, this is a guy who was served in Obama's administration. These people delivered. People knew about Joe Biden even before he vied for presidency. This is a guy who has been out there doing a lot of work. So people has all the trust for this guy. But look at a person like Musalia Mudavadi. He only became vice president for, I think, 2 months. Look at Gideon. He has never even become a deputy president. These guys, they are just there. So, I mean, that silence that they portray today, if we dare take them to the state house, mtashangaa hata Uganda wataanza kutuingia huku, hata Ethiopia, Sudan, hata wapi. Na jamaa ametulia tu, anastuliwa na haongei kitu. Hata watu wanaanza sasa kujiulizia.
Don't go there, Wekesa. Neto seems to have a lot of assumption over everything. And he thinks the government is run by the personality of the president. The nation is governed by the constitution and the provision of the law. And the law is enforced by the forces that are charged with that responsibility. It is not the personality of the president. And despite that, in politics, everybody trains themselves into the office they want to get into. Like you've been asked ably by Themba, when Moi was getting into politics, he was only a primary school teacher. And he was coached and brought into being a brutal man that he ended up being. So no man is constant in terms of changing. They change as per the environment you place them in.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, do you know how active primary teachers are? You know, you are just seeing a primary teacher who is so quiet, but let me tell you, the kind of games that these people play,
Goja. You seem
they are
to
so outgoing.
Assume that you have the monopoly of knowing personalities. I was a school teacher.
No.
Okay, and I was trained by school teachers. So don't
you are a teacher.
Don't begin to talk as if you're the only one that knows primary school teacher. I'm only saying that Moi being brought into politics, he was sought after. Yani mtu ameenda kufundisha huko mlimani akatafutwa aletwe. So that means he did not have political ambition. He was a good missionary school teacher. He didn't have ambition for politics. But after being carried, brought into office, he was trained into becoming who he became. So you cannot write off somebody because they are polite and quiet. Kibaki wasn't talkative. Kibaki will be insulted. And in fact, Kibaki is the president who is on record to have had a government spokesman. And the reason why he hired a government spokesman is because he wasn't able to be answering everything that was going on. He wasn't a politician. So he hired able hands to come and do what talking needs as he does what doing requires.
Let me ask you a question, Bernard. Let me answer. I have a question.
Yeah, wait first. I think that you're making a lot of assumption. You know, we live in an ecosystem where when you go to teachers, there kuna hyper teachers and polite teachers. When you go to police, there are hyper police and quiet. When you go to politicians, they are hyper. And in every fraternity, there are those extremes. And so, assuming that one profession produces a hyper people, and you're making very dangerous statements. Another thing I wanted to tell you
but
is
primary teachers,
wait.
primary
There's
school
something
teachers were
called,
Kesa.
yeah, learn to listen also. There's something called generational mission. Leaders, by the way, let me tell you, every generation has a caliber of leader they desire. When a nation has gone through war, they don't look for an oppressive leader. They look for a leader who can bring people together. When a nation has gone through struggle, like economic struggle, they look for a leader who can revive the economy. When a nation has gone through, now I'm showing you the different challenges a nation goes through and why different leaders suit a particular time. So don't always look like there's a personality that will always lead. No. In fact, any personality can become a leader depending on that generation and the challenge they are going through. When Winston Churchill became the Prime Minister of UK, he said that God had prepared me for such a time as this. You know, there are people who are prepared for a particular time. This nation goes through a particular challenge, and somebody rises to look like he is the answer. There is a time we will, in fact, we may have these strong leaders divide us, and we look like, now, where can we get just a soft leader to cool us? So don't just dismiss people. Look at Tanzania, they have somebody called Suluhu. Suluhu, nobody even knew her before Magufuli went. But she's leading the country in the right direction. So it's not about personalities. It's about the mission of the moment, and you can choose a leader based on what the nation is going through.
And we should not always look at leadership as going to war. Sometimes leadership can, when you look at leadership as going to war constantly, you are looking at fighting. Someone said that if a hammer is all you have, every solution you look at it as a nail to be hit. So we are not looking at leadership as every time we are going to leadership is about abrasive, is about all that. We are a country led by law.
So let me give Bernard his chance. Okay.
Let me ask this guy a question. Let me use only 1 minute.
Ask Bernard a question. Bernard,
yes.
You answer the question and you make your submission.
Thank you.
Okay. So, you guys, when the truth is told, in a way, I don't know why you defend so much. Because the moment I give an example by a primary school teacher who could be an extreme, you people, you are all defending that, I'm just a personality genius, which is good. But I can tell you, you cannot compare Moi and Gideon. Moi was a crowd puller. And this guy, he knew the art of even public speaking. Iyo fibo ya Nyayo, whenever he went, you could see people even celebrating, people amassing because their leader has come. But when I just point out that what we need is not a so cool, maybe president, I have my own reasons. Maybe yourself, you have all the reasons why you think his character can work. But basing on what has happened in the past, maybe I can tell you that one of the characteristics of a president, you should be outgoing so that you ensure that you also meet the needs of your people. And wherever there is a discussion somewhere, you are there presenting also your ideas. That is the only way we can make the way forward. Bernard, I have a question for you. You know,
before you
sometimes
go,
the
was
way you
Kibaki a
talk.
crowd puller? Was Kibaki a crowd puller?
Yes. Yes, this guy was so hilarious. And people like myself, I used to like his jokes so much. And every time Kibaki could speak, like someone is saying, nyumba yangu imeenda na maji, serikali saidia. Then unasikia Kibaki anasema wewe ni bure kabisa, kwa sababu kwani serikali itakufanyia kila kitu. We need a person who can speak na asikike chenye amesema.
Let Ndeto ask
Let me
his
answer.
question.
Let me ask.
You're allowing him to go
Let
into
me
two
ask.
stories of which he cannot even substantiate.
And your opinion is not truth. Your opinion is just your opinion. That is not the truth.
Ndeto, when you say we
hey,
need,
you guys.
you and
Ndeto, but you haven't asked in any question. Remember, Bernard, you haven't asked.
You know he is blocking me. This guy is blocking my question.
I'm asking you. When you say we
I know
need
your
person,
tactics.
you and who?
Myself and those who believe the way I believe. You know yourself, you may be in another one.
You are already in UDA.
Your view is
already
not
have
truth.
a leader in UDA. The leader in UDA is not going for nomination. He has already been given a direct ticket. So you already have the leader you are looking for. What is happening?
You know, Bernard.
And the truth is not just when Ndeto says it. Ndeto, when you say it, it does not mean that it is true. That's your opinion. Just like we give our opinion, you give your opinion. It is not truth. Truth is relative. So don't say that this is the truth.
And everyone is right.
So we have a right to disagree with your view of the truth. So don't blame us that we are not accepting your truth. Your truth is your truth.
Let's do this. And then to take a commercial break.
Let me ask Wekesa, allow me to ask Bernard a question.
Direct question, not
you know,
stories.
Yes. The nature of the classes that we went can also define our truth. So Bernard, answer me this one. You know, you have been in the front line. I know you are a supporter of Baba. But today, the way I'm touching Musalia, when I also touch Gideon, it's like something is piercing you. Are you so sure that maybe these guys they have a coalition somewhere, or what is happening that you are defending all? And you know there is this guy called Collins, the guy who usually talk about he want to be an MCA. If they give me a chance, also Musalia can be a candidate. He has always been denied a chance. How comes today you are so defendant?
Okay, my philosophy of success is that nobody has to lose for me to gain. And so, from where I sit, the Kenyan presidency belongs to all Kenyans. And any Kenyan can sit on that seat. And as at now, that seat number 1 is not vacant. It will be declared vacant by the IBC later on, okay? And then when it's declared vacant, anybody who is 35 years and above and is of sound mind and is Kenyan can go for the seat. Then the Kenyans will decide who becomes president through the majority of votes. So as at now, hiyo kiti si ya mtu yeyote. So mtu kudai kwamba watu fulani wamekusanyika pamoja ili wanizuie, hata hiyo mimi sielewi, kwa sababu hiki ni kiti ambacho kitafunguliwa na kila mtu ataenda nini kukombea ili apewe. So anybody claiming that he already has a seat and people are coming together to stop him, he's the one that has a problem. First and foremost, Kanu is the oldest party in existence in Kenya right now. It has a history of over 60 years being in existence. This is the independent party. So we cannot trivialize it and begin to brush it off as if we are the ones that give it oxygen. If Kanu existed before we were born and is still alive today, I think we have great lessons to draw from Kanu, other than trying to lecture Kanu when we have just formed ourselves as a party the other day. We don't know how long we'll last. After 5 years, we may not be in existence as a political party. So UDA and team needs to respect Kanu. It fought before independence. It has fought battles all through after independence, and is still in existence today. You have great lessons to draw from Kanu, other than watering it down and going for the personality of the party leader. So as much as I support Raila Odinga's presidents, that does not block me from supporting another person or seeing any good in another person. I don't have, in fact, notice what is wrong in you for me to support you or not to support you. It has to be on principle. And principle here is each political party can field a presidential candidate, and that presidential candidate is potentially able to become Kenya's president, as long as he's able to get enough votes. So I cannot say I should block Gideon so that Ruto gets, or I should block Raila so that Mudavadi gets. I should block. So this politics of blocking is of blocking people is what generates into animosity and conflict. But if we go into the field to play and say, let the best man win, and whoever wins we all support, we will not be having all this animosity. But this prearranged, whereby you go and cut the wings of Gideon so that Ruto can get, or go and cut the wings of Mudavadi so that Wetangula get. That is not the way to build a nation. And so the people who are threatened by the cooperation of different political parties, they need to size up themselves. If you want the biggest office, get a biggest muscle and be ready to stay in the ring and go all rounds until you are declared a winner. But this business of crying, so and so has come together, oh, a lot of money has been put together, oh, they are fighting me. Nobody is fighting you. The Bible says the wicked run when nobody is chasing them. You don't need to silence everybody in order to be heard. If you want the presidency, it will be vacant, declared by IEBC. Prepare yourself. But you waiting to be given the presidency, hautapewa, haiko kupeanwa, lazima ugombe. That is a fact. So back to Kanu. Kanu, like I said, is a historical independence party, and it has gone through a lot. And I'm happy that Gidi is bringing it with a new name, Kanu Fresh. And I think if they freshen up, they have a stake in the coming elections. Anybody dismissing Kanu is not serious about politics. And with the high stake in UDA and probably in other political parties, Kanu will be a very strong alternative, especially in the Rift Valley and the other parts, like Western and Nyanza. It will be a very good alternative, whereby if you miss the ODM ticket, you can get the Kanu ticket, and you will be as good as you can go and get the seat. So don't assume that Kanu is Gideon and Gideon is Kanu. No, Kanu has strong roots than most political parties, and we shouldn't play it down. The function, in my opinion, it was a great success. I even never thought they would be able to pull that kind of setting in terms of how long they have been quiet as a political party. But being able to do what they did and have that kind of delegation of attendance, people from different political parties coming to give them the support, that was a great move by Gideon, and that demonstrates leadership. Show me the people that hang around you, okay? What is influence? Is it not pick the call and call somebody and the person is able to suspend whatever he has to come and attend your function? So saying that Gideon doesn't have influence It's an assumption.
I have
He
a
has
question.
it.
I have a question, Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, you know, I have two questions for you. One, the
Ask.
way you are speaking, yes, the way you are speaking, tunajua Kanu, Oka na ODM ni kitu moja. And that's why maybe you can speak with no apologies that ate kila mtu akianza whatever he is starting, ate mwingine asiudhike mahali. Why do you think UDA na tena ukasema ate sijui kuna chama ate Kanu ni chama mzee sana, lakini kuna chama zingine hata hazijulikani kama zitakaa miaka 5. Then my point is, why are you so much against UDA to an extent that, you know, it's like I'm now getting why you are defending these guys so much. Because you know, after all, it is one and the same thing.
UDA for their misbehavior. They don't respect their elders. Kanu is older than UDA by
But
over 60 years.
Bernard, you didn't mention UDA. There's Jibebe Party, there's No Peu, there are so many other parties. What's the problem with it?
So
Jibebe ni ya wapi? Jibebe ni ya wapi?
Change your philosophy. Look here, UDA, you need to change your philosophy. The politics of thinking that you are the in thing and everybody should close shop and come and join you, you should forget it. You cannot be born as the third born in your family and then you tell your father and mother to kill everybody else so that you remain as a child and you want them to comply with you. It doesn't work that way. The only way for us to coexist as Kenyans is to respect one another. And that respect, we have earned respect and we have delegated respect. Respect given by reason of position. Okay? That respect that is given by reason of position is not negotiable. It is not what you earn. You have earned it by being older than. That in itself requires respect. So if UDA wants to be a party that will last like other political parties, then it has many lessons to learn from ODM, has many lessons to learn from Kanu, and dismissing these older parties as if calling them tribal groupings, calling them position seekers, calling them people who have no agenda. It is the reason why you cannot see the strength that they have. And when they sweep you off the mountain, you now begin to say, money has been poured. Oh, I'm being betrayed. Oh, I was promised. Just learn the lesson. The cheapest way to succeed is stay behind the man who is succeeding. See what they do to succeed. Do the same. You will succeed. So let us not play the know-it-all.
Bernard,
yes.
You know,
yes.
when Ruto gets to Central, people say that he belongs to Jubilee, and it was expected that people will come into his campaigns. When Raila goes there, people say that Mount Kenya is accepting Raila. When Ruto comes and have a very big crowd at Githurai, people say that he is transmitting COVID. When Baba started at the same point, people say that look how Baba is traversing Mount Kenya. Then I'm left wondering, you know, the way you are putting it is as if UDA do not have a strategy. And let me tell you, you will come to realize why all these men are rallying together against this one man, the deputy president. He is strong.
Nobody is running against Ruto. Look at you.
You know, you guys.
No,
okay?
Ruto wants to be.
What? Let me ask you guys. No,
Ruto wants to be the president.
Neto, you are good in deviating people from line of thought and begin to inject some confusion in what is clearly understandable. Nobody's coming together against Ruto. It is Ruto weaponizing any organization against himself, and has been doing that for 4 years and is still looking for sympathy. He should outgrow that. If he wants to be president, he should understand there are men going for that seat, and he should also brace himself as a man and go for it. Aache hii kulia ovyo ovyo ya kusema na fulani wakisalimiana ni kwa sababu yake. Ruto is not oxygen. Ruto does not determine the direction of Kenyan politics. Let's settle it there once and for all. Let him not make himself as if he's the alpha and the omega of Kenyan politics. Ruto is too junior in politics to determine the direction of the country. He needs to sit down and learn. And you people that support him, you need to help him by advising him to do so.
Bernard, you're too emotional.
Bernard, 2 days ago.
Wait,
Uhuru and Raila.
Let's say this.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Wait.
Uhuru and Raila went to Kibra.
Deto, you are taking us into... Deto, what is the problem with Ruto going to shake hands with the people?
I just want to bring something into
Why is Ruto not shaking hands with the people?
No.
Why is he not? What has prevented him from doing that?
Raila and Uhuru
he wants to walk alone.
2 days ago.
And I
had
one moment.
I had Uhuru. I had Uhuru telling the crowd.
Listen, Deto.
No,
there is nothing in this country that there is no part of the constitution that says if Raila does something, Ruto has to do it. Or if Ruto does something, Raila has to do it. Or if Uhuru and Raila are doing something, Ruto is justified to do it. There is no law like that, and we shouldn't make that a standard. So this adolescence kind of
no.
Because somebody has done something needs to stop, and it stops here. Let us mature up. And
you are missing the point.
I'm not.
Bernard, you are missing the point. You are missing the point this way.
Raila has gone to the mountain.
Listen how you are missing the point.
Or twice. Ruto has been in the mountain.
Nyinyi watu sasa hampeagi mtu time aongee point yake. Why are you denying me time to talk? Mnazidi mkiheckle, then we are listening for you.
No, that you are the one heckling. It is Bernard's time. Allow Bernard to finish.
You know, that one will not take you anywhere.
Allow Bernard to finish.
Give me also time.
No,
he has finished.
Well, it is Bernard's time.
Let me talk what.
It is Bernard's time. You had your time.
And we are coming another round for you. Just relax.
Just relax, Neto.
What's the pressure? So let's
hata kama mnapigia baba kura, mnapigia baba campaign, mkiipiga hivyo mtalose. I can assure you.
Masuala ya Kanu.
No. Why don't you listen to what I'm saying?
Let us watch Bernard amalize point zake.
Kanu is an old party and it has structures.
Amechukua muda mrefu sana.
Sasa wewe ndio moderator tena. Deto.
Deto wewe ni kama wewe you are always looking for a sinister motive. When Kanu launches their presidential bid, it is their political and constitutional right. We cannot say that they are launching because they are in good terms with Baba, so they must be cooking something with Baba so that they make a conclusion. There is not to make a coalition. There is nothing unconstitutional about it. If that is the plan, so be it. And if they make a coalition, has Kanu not been in coalition with Jubilee? Until today, they have even post-election agreement to work together. So you cannot say that every time somebody attends a function, it is because they are going to stop Ruto. If somebody goes to a birthday function, he's gone there because of Ruto. Let's not make Ruto bigger than life. Kenya has been there, and it will be here with or without William Ruto. And so let's accept it.
Bernard, let me just give this it. Unajua Ndeto anasema ni kama ule neighbor ukipika nyama anasema unapika nyama ndio mnukishe. That's what
it is very serious. Now, on the other aspect
no. I have fed the meat enough meat Themba. You know the way what I'm saying is this, Bernard. Bernard, what I'm saying is this. Sasa Nyama, wewe unakubali Deba apeane hiyo example kwa nini?
Sikiliza.
Unakubali Deba aliprovoke kwa nini?
Relax.
Deba is provoking me na I can see you na unafurahia sana. Ukisikia ati Deto wananukiwa na Nyama, then mimi tu niko you know you guys bana.
Kwanza wewe Deto, sikiliza. Deto sahi umevaa uniform ya Kanu. Okay? Na nikisikia sauti yako ni ya Kanu. So mimi sijui shida yako na Kanu wapi. Okay?
Sasa wewe unaitetea kwa nini? Kwa nini unatetea Kanu? Because you know Kanu and the ODM is one and the same thing.
Hapana Deto, that is limiting me. I'm a Kenyan first and foremost before any political affiliation. And I'm only a life member of ODM. I've not joined any other party. That is it. And I have been vocal like this all along. I supported the constitution against the clergy as me because I have my own brain and I understand things and I can voice them out. So don't box me with ODM that I cannot say anything about Kanu. Besides that, I'm a history student. And so history has formed my political information. I don't just speak because people are speaking. And so I want us to respect each other with an understanding that tukubali kwamba nobody has to lose for another to gain. We can compete, healthy competition. One person takes the seat and we all celebrate as Kenyans. So we don't have to stop people from breathing for you to breathe. You have your own breathing system. I have my own breathing system. Don't stop mine so that you as breathers. That's wrong philosophy of politics and it must end. So let everybody understand that we can have as many...
Wekesa, allow me ask this man a question.
Presidential candidates as the number of political parties we have. So after we attend the one for Kanu, we'll go for the one for Ford Kenya, we'll go for the one for ANC, we will go for the one for ODM and any other political party. Why? We are in a multi-party democracy nation. Accept that. But if we have to stop other parties so that your party gets life, then your party is described in science as a parasitic party that needs to draw life from other parties. Now, that makes it not viable for any election anywhere. If you are a political party, you have your own structure, you have your own stand, then get into the arena, fight like every other, and win if you win. And if you lose, so be it. But story ya kuzimisha watu wengine ili we upate atuitaji. Then the complaint about us versus them. You know, there has been a notion created, a narrative being posed that there is now what the DP say today about the coalition of the people who have against the people who have not. The coalition of leaders against the people. Now, all that cannot be coming from a presidential candidate in my school of thought. Because if you really want to lead this country, and this country has people who have and people who don't have, and then you're beginning to talk with an undertone of implicating that these people have gathered in Safari Park against the people, that to me leaves a lot to be desired. And that's why I keep saying, although William Ruto has a following and his political party is portrayed to be the most popular, he has a lot to learn as far as national leadership is concerned. Having served as deputy president doesn't necessarily mean that he has understood what presidency entails. And we all need to be careful as Kenyans to understand that somebody has been in the high office doesn't mean he has a capacity to contain and carry the diversity that is within the boundaries of this nation. We are all different. We are people who are suffering. We are people who are enjoying. We are people who are in between. And all these people are Kenyans. We must carry all of them. Any leader who wants to serve the poor against the rich or the rich against the poor, then that leader is not needed in Kenya, because the diversity we have in Kenya is such that we must carry everybody. These people who don't have work for those people who have, and it's from the payment they get from the people who have that sustain their livelihood. We cannot scrap off the people who have so that we remain the people that don't have. So who will help who? Who will employ who? Who will create jobs for who? So let's be realistic and understand. Let's not peg our political campaign on people's problems. And I have said this even in church circles.
Wekesa, this man is he is taking too long.
Build around people's problems.
Summarize your point, Bernard.
For political gain. Since you are the timekeeper,
Bernard,
okay,
summarize your point.
To give it to you. Ndeto.
No. Even Wekesa is nodding. Wekesa is even putting some points.
I want to leave you with that.
I cannot, you are actually,
akafanya kazi kwa bidii mpaka akawa makamu wa rais wa taifa letu. Mzee Kenyatta alikuwa anasoma hii mita ya maji hapa, mita reader hapa katika town. Hata baba yake hakujua. Ametoka huko mpaka baadaye akaenda juu mpaka akawa rais wa taifa letu. Hiyo sio dynasty. Dynasty ni ile utawala ya ukifalme. Ambaye mtu akikufa mtoto wake anarithi. Lakini Moi alipata tu kwa sababu ya uwezo wake. Hata Jaramogi, hata Kenyatta, na hata Uhuru, na Gideon, na hata Raila. Kwa hiyo Gideon, nikamwambia wewe simama imara. Tuko pamoja. Ukienda utaenda, utakutana na Msala yuko pale, Kalonzo vile yuko pale, utakutana na wao, na hata huyu yours truly vile wakisema anataka atakuwa kule. Hii ni demokrasia ambaye sisi tunataka kurithisha vizazi ambavyo vinakuja. Hongera Kanu. Hongera ndugu yangu. Hongera. 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 Asanteni sana.
All right. 1, 2. Yes. All right. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Raila Odinga, before you go,
tunakuomba kidogo.
DJ Kojax. DJ. Tafadhali ningeomba tusimame sisi wote, tafadhali. Tusimame. Kojax.
That's how we
feel
when
we just wanted some small break. We reflect on.
Let me address that question by Themba. Themba has asked me a question.
Relax first. Relax, Mdeto. Relax. I'm coming back to you.
I have a question for Bernard.
Wait first. I'm coming back to you.
I will forget.
Yeah, just relax.
I will forget Wekesa.
Yeah, write down.
Just write it down.
Write in the comment section. I will project it here. Put a private chat. Write it down. Let me give Benny just 1 minute to she say something. Then we will come back to you guys. You are the main speakers here. Hakuna watu wengine, si watu wamelala. So don't worry. Give yourself a commercial break. Let Benny amekaa sana aongee kitu. And then we will still come back to you guys.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ndeto, you seem so charged. Relax.
Thank you, Penny.
You're so charged. You're so charged.
Let me relax.
Yeah, just relax.
I'm listening.
It's never that serious. Take a glass of water if you can.
I fear people.
Tell him, Penny.
I fear people who start with consolation, because after a few minutes you might be against me.
Not really. Not really. This I thank Mutembei so much for this platform, because it enables us to discuss things soberly. So we are actually friends. We are not here to fight, It's just being objective and we are the peace ambassadors at this time, you know. We are the role models. We are supposed to be preaching peace. We are not fighting. Yeah, so on a light note though. So our topic of discussion was it something to do with Raila's whatever, the Kanu French form different. So it was about Kanu French form different, and then I saw something about Raila receiving some vehicles for campaign.
Yeah, but that one we are not. Okay, we were focused on what happened yesterday at Bomas.
Yeah.
There was endorsement of Gideon to be a presidential candidate for Kanu. So what is your take? There was the former NASA brigade was there.
Yeah.
Then there was Jubilee MPs also were there.
Yeah.
So what is your take? What is the political ramification of that event?
Okay, one thing that is quite conspicuous is the fact that the UDA guys were missing. That's for a fact. And then the fact that the former NASA principals were there still leaves an option that they could be able to work together at some later date. Just my speculations. The fact that they were able to share platform, they were able to crack jokes, to me is an indication that they have left some room to probably negotiate. I don't know how true that could be, but it's just a question of time. Maybe by December things will unfold. And yeah, I have nothing much to say about it. I think to me they are likely to work together. They've not. We can't rule them out. We can't rule their unity out. They
Okay.
still
Do you have memories of the old Kanu? We are being told the Kanu fresh, formerly different. Do you have memories of old Kanu, and can it affect you to vote for Gideon if at all he becomes a presidential candidate?
Okay, much as we could be having many people who are fronting themselves under their parties as a presidential candidates, but the truth is that there is likely to be more realignment as far as the political parties are concerned, and we don't know how many of these people will decide to run. We will decide to end up in the ballot. So the fact that Gideon comes out and is endorsed as the flag bearer of the Kanu Fresh does not necessarily mean that he'll end up at the ballot. We don't know what these people are still organizing and arranging, and people are still hiding their jockeys and their cards under the carpet. So we can't really we can't really conclude that people are gonna vote for Gideon or Kalonzo.
No, you are running away from my question. My question was very specific. Huh?
Yeah.
I was asking you,
Yeah.
supposing he ends up on the ballot box, will the old memories of Kanu affect your voting such that you may not vote for him? Ama you will believe that he's different from the past history of Kanu?
Okay, in some instances, we look at the history. You look at the history. History determines the future, but not always. History determines the future, but not always. So we can't use we can't necessarily use the past to pin people down or to deny them their ambitions. So it depends. It depends. It's good to give people a chance. You can't write them off just because something went wrong in the past. But again, also we can't also forget the past. So I think it's just a question of balancing the past and the present. It's a question of balancing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question now.
Okay, thank you so much. And Penny, I like your observation because surely these guys are coming together so that maybe to come up with a certain syndicate which they shall use for 2022. So I had a question to Bernard, and it is good that I have learned we are having a historian around. You know, the way he has defended that he has even been volunteered to do some history lessons. So I am really happy to hear that. So Bernard, it's like you are so much informed that Kanu, Oka, ODM, all those, they are one and the same thing. And you have lied when you have said that you have never supported any of the parties. You are always neutral. I think to me that was a deception because I know what you stand for. I know from here to moon and back. I even know once you mentioned on this platform whom you have voted for. I think twice or thrice. Then you are here telling us that you do not have a party. And that's the reason why you people you lose elections. Because you never accept.
When did I say that? Why are you putting words in my mouth? I said I am a life member of ODM. Okay? Before ODM came
now
into
you
effect
see you
in
are
2005.
You see now you are changing your narrative.
I'm not changing my narrative. It is you was not listening. You are looking on how to counter what I'm saying.
You see, it is the same code that they are refreshing because you see through the new, it is the Kanumpia something. I don't think Penny has said that history can be used to predict the future, and for sure we have seen code how terribly they fail in elections. So if they are going to join in the very same way, we can easily predict where these people are also heading to. My point is, I was asking you a very good question. When you are trying to show me that, Ruto is all over campaigning, he should be doing sijui what, and yet I normally hear some people telling youth people, young people that vijana hai, wamama tibim. I've been following all these tibim and tiarala things. Then, and also with Dawili. Then yesterday, I think the day before yesterday, Uhuru and Raila, they were in Kibra launching a certain project, a healthy project. Then, if the president is campaigning for Baba, what do you expect Ruto to be doing, Bernard? I'm just asking because what he said, he was asking people, mtamchagua. Now watu wanasema, tutamchagua. And yet we know that is Baba's territory. So, na unajua he did that intentionally because he knew all the people will just respond the same. I wish he did that in Central. Ugeona maajabu. So, Bernard, tell me why you are so much against DP. Would you kindly tell me like a list of 4 things why you cannot vote for Ruto? 4 things.
That one
in
is
the
very
order
simple.
of priority.
That one is very simple, but before I get there, let me bring you up to speed. after the multi-party section or wherever, section 2 that was repealed in was it 1998 or the 1990? We had the main opposition parties. We had Ford that split into Ford Asili and Ford Kenya, and then we had other political parties along the way, NDP and DP and the rest. So my history of politics is that I was in Ford, and my hero in politics was Martin Shikuku, and then I didn't vote for him. He went for presidents. I didn't vote for him. I voted for Wamalwa Kijana in 97. So then after that, 2005 is when ODM came into existence, and I've been in ODM since 2005. And I said that, and I've not changed to any other party, regardless of many offers. Although I checked my membership of political party, and I discovered that Jubilee had registered me as their member without my knowledge in 2013. So it's very funny that people can, make you their political member without your knowledge. Now, William Ruto
You mean you can brag, Bernard?
I am not bragging. I'm only telling you my political journey.
Then you have said that you have said that you side with the code. Now you have clearly said that it is now ODM since 2005.
Okay, listen, let me now educate you. Let me use Ayaga's language. Let me educate you, okay? CORD was a coalition, okay, of different parties in 2013 for the Kenya, ODM, and Wiper. That's what formed CORD. Coalition of Democratic, I think, Restoration, something like that. It wasn't a political party. That's what translated into NASA in 2017. Now, if you assume that the coalition of CORD and NASA never wins elections, then you will need to open the server to prove that, because the reason why the server is closed is because they win and nobody gives them the victory. And the court agrees like that. And since you UDA people are now the friends of the court, they must believe what the court has said, at least for now. I know you rejected in 2017, but as now you have become the friend of the court, believe the court when it says these people win, but somebody messes up with their victory. Why should why am I not in support of William Ruto? Number one, William Ruto wants to be president, okay? That's the reason why I will not support him. He has not asked us whether we would want him to be our president. He has not even offered himself to be nominated. He has an ambition to become president, and he has gone full-fledged to campaign that he must become president. On that premise, drawing from the scripture, Jeremiah says, do you want to become great? Then don't. So for his over ambition, whereby he has to force his way to become what he wants, makes him unviable as a national leader. We believe in a limping prophet, not a prophet with all his legs forcing his way everywhere he goes. So that's point number one.
Bernard.
For his, you asked me for reasons why I'm not voting for UDA. And
there is something, there is something very sensitive you have mentioned. And I've also been seeing Raila Odinga doing the very same thing you are condemning. Yet,
no. And that is
they are
what
not
I've
even
told
giving
you.
a space for Wanjege.
Don't compare the incomparable, okay? It is simple. Even Raila, when he's asked, are you going for president? He says, no. I can only do that when the people asked me to. Okay? He never goes to
that's hypocritical.
I want to
allow me
president.
To say something.
Sorry?
Can I interrupt you, Bernard?
It's okay, Penny. Please. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I want to comment is that my observation about the deputy president, I don't have any hatred for any of the presidential candidates, because we are here to discuss our observations as students and as observers. My observation about the deputy president is that okay, he knows how to campaign. He's a very good orator. But my observation about him is that he really wants these things so badly. I think because of his age and his ambition, he wants these things so badly that it gets into him, and at some point he kind of loses it and makes some mistakes that make people wonder what kind of a person he would be. So for me, I think if he could learn to manage his ambition and his passion, I think he'll be balanced. Yeah, he wants these things so badly the way Raila wanted it. And you if you can remember, I think Baba also was at that point, but he has had to learn a few lessons here and there. My experience about life is that when you want something so badly that you're even willing to lay down your life for it, God even keeps it away from you until you become sober. You see, power is so intoxicating. So if you allow power to get into your head, it makes you mad. You see? So that's my observation about our DP, that he's doing everything else
Penny.
correctly, but he really wants this thing. He wants it so badly that I don't know what can be done to help him. But he's a good person. It's okay.
Let me ask you something, Penny.
Ask me.
Okay. You know, the way you are citing that this man wanted this thing so badly, he is so passionate about his ambition. That's the exact kind of excerpt the way you have stated it.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you this.
Yeah.
You know, this is a man who has been, in a way, be demoted in a government. He lobbied so much support to bring it to where it is. Today, you know, he is not even his office is not even there. It's like even if he is there, it's just a ceremonial deputy president. The president even does not involve him in a lot of things. Let me ask you something. These guys, they had a unique ambition in 2013, and that's why they came together. Why, at one point, did one person thought that he was the vision or the ambition carrier and felt that he can act without the other one? And now that this man has seen what he wanted the government to achieve has not yet been achieved, what else then do you think he should do than passionately asking for a higher position so that to ensure the very same thing that these guys were saying we want to achieve are achieved?
Okay. Ndeto, one thing that you have to appreciate, we have to go back to the drawing board. What was it that made these guys to start being indifferent towards each other? What made President Uhuru and our deputy president to part ways? My observation is that when he started carrying out his ambition for the presidency began to override or to supersede the current agendas that had been laid down from the onset. So once the president observed that he was more on the side of being, he was more committed, he was more, what would I say? He was more consumed.
He couldn't wait for 2022 to arrive.
Yeah, he was too consumed with the presidential ambition than for the agendas that had been laid off. And I think it's at that point that these people parted ways. So if he had learned to manage his appetites well, then things would not have gotten out of hand. I stand to be corrected. Yeah. It is at the point that
you know,
he started giving more. he like most people put it, that he was going to win. He went to Mount Kenya using the back door. You see, the projects that he was entrusted with by the president, he was using the projects to win people for himself instead of working for the common for their common good. He was coming out as this person who was trying to outshine his master. Yeah.
Let me, I think there is a diversion, Penny.
Yeah.
Penny, I think in a way you are diverting because you see, Uhuru is the one who came out to the crowd and said, yeye anatangatanga akifungua miradi. Let me ask you, because UDA was not even made like that long time ago.
Yeah.
It was made as an emergency to ensure that even if these guys are evicted from Jubilee, in a way they will have somewhere to like lean on. So my question is, don't you think someone somewhere was jealous that maybe even if what this man is going to launch belongs to Jubilee government, this person who is launching at the end of the day could be widely known in the very same place where he came from, maybe the way he did not even think, meaning there was hypocrisy. When Uhuru was saying that Yagu Kumi, Yaruto Kumi, meaning there was hypocrisy, because if you want me to go into your region or your territory, only when you are there, you don't want me to go there when you are not there. Don't you think also that is a fishy in a way, and it is a sense of mistrust?
Okay, Ndeto, I'll answer that. You've worked in I'm sure you've worked previously. You've been employed in an office, and whenever your boss gives you a platform, whenever you're given a platform to fulfill a certain duty, and then you do it so well, and you forget the fact that the 48 laws of power, and when you start receiving the praises and the applause and the congratulations, you are supposed to acknowledge the fact that if it was not for your boss, if it was not for the head of the department, it would not have been possible for you to shine. You should be able to acknowledge your boss at all instances. That is one thing that all of us have to really learn. You see, you cannot take all the praises and the applause and the achievements and attribute to yourself and start, start showing yourself as a great person. Any achievement that you get should be to courtesy your boss. But when you find yourself now being the one trying to outshine your boss, definitely there will be problems. Even in a normal office working environment, if you are given an opportunity by your boss and you're doing so well, you should remember that he's the one who gave you the platform. If you go, our deputy president was given the opportunity by the president himself he campaigned with him in Kikuyu land in Mount Kenya, and if it was not for President Uhuru, the Mount Kenya people would not have voted for deputy president, considering the fact that there was the Kiamba issue. It was so bad. But because now Mr. Uhuru comes from Mount Kenya, he was able to go back to his people and campaign with the deputy. And I think Mount Kenya bought the idea that this is a core principle of President Uhuru. So he should have,
the way you are.
He should not have sought to outshine his master.
Okay. I think
Bernard also helped me to understand this.
That is where the problem.
You people help me to understand.
Hold on, Penny.
Help me to understand this.
Yes.
Okay, help me to understand this, please. Imagine, even it is not imagination. Some of us here, we have our families where we have our wives or maybe our husbands. And if you have come together for a common focus, So are you suggesting, Penny, that just because you are doing it so nice,
Yeah.
your husband needs to be a bit to curtail you, like you are going so far, so enda pole pole. Is that the direction you are taking? Because if someone is assuring you that, let me finish this, Bernard.
It's
wacha hiyo
okay.
story wewe.
Help me understand.
The issue between the president
Yes.
and his deputy is one. The president said, based on the current budget, okay, and they already launched projects, let us stop launching new projects until we finish what we have already launched. Because if we continue launching on new projects every week without catering for them, they will become white elephant what? Projects, and will be a government of liars. So he told his DP, no more launching of new what? Projects. Let's work on the ones that we have launched until we have finished them. But the DP refused to listen to that. Next week, he was launching a new one. And he said, we have launched this, we launched. That is what provoked the president to say, if we continue like this, we are not going to get anything done. And so the DP became insubordinate to the president until today, even today. Now, the president has been very lenient in terms of being tolerant and putting up with the excesses of the DP. The DP is a very smart guy. He knows he will not do anything that violates the constitution, because if he does that, he'll be impeached. But he plays sitting on the fence, defiant, but not very defiant. Today, he carries the greetings of the president. The other day, he attacks the president, playing smart. But at the end of the day, he's blaming everybody else.
Ndeto.
Now, Ndeto, just buying from what you are saying, that the DP contributed a lot in making the Jubilee government come into power. I want you to draw the same scenario with 2002. Kibaki was involved in an accident where he lost his limb and he had to go for specialized treatment abroad in the midst of the campaign. Baba takes upon himself not only to see to it that Kibaki recovers, but as he's taking care of the health of Kibaki, he's home campaigning to see to it that Kibaki gets into office. And he does that according to Dr. wherever, is it Dr. Kikonyo? He did that at his own expense, paid the air ticket first class, ensured his presidential candidate is safe in London for treatment and is back, traversed the entire country campaigning for one man to be put in office. Then as soon as the man gets in office, it did not last for 2 years. Raila and his team are kicked out of government. If Raila was DP, I want Yundeto to answer me. If Raila was DP, how would he respond? Because if we say Raila made Kibaki president, it's clear, because Kibaki was not healthy to campaign. He did not campaign. Somebody campaigned, ensured he wins the election, and he's sworn in. Who owed his presidency to another? Is it Kibaki? Is it Uhuru who campaigned alongside in the DP, or Raila who campaigned for somebody who was absent until he won the elections?
Okay, let me answer you, Bernard. You know, politics also has interest. And when you see someone coming to support you, or maybe to form an alliance with you, they have a certain interest in the government information. Because also, when you analyze also what happened to Oginga Odinga with Kenyatta when he was arrested, and Oginga Odinga was to become I think the prime minister or the president. Then he denied and he said, let Kenyatta first come out. You see, it's a blood thing because it's the very same thing that comes to repeat in 2002 with Raila, because maybe a person is away, maybe people are like, listen,
Nyinyi mmetoka kwa ile topic mlikuwa tuongee ile topic ya Kanu, mumeenda kwingine. I don't know. Data na huwa anabadilisha akili mpaka mnapotea nyinyi wote. What's going on, man?
Nyinyi watu wa ODM, unajua
and reminding us. Ndeto, sikiliza, tafadhali.
You know, let me finish.
Ngoja. This narrative you are pushing has been said long time ago, time without number, and it does not hold water as far as our historical records are concerned. You cannot, somebody is patriotic enough for the interest of the country, fought for somebody who was in prison to see to it that is released. And then after he's released, he turns into an enemy after somebody assumes office. Then you say it is bloodline. It is a curse of the family. You people, what do you take us for?
Who has said it is a curse? Who has said it is a curse of a family?
I have something to add. I have an illustration.
Let us accept there are people in this country who fight for a cause and others fight for positions. And right now, we are back into that very place. The choice of 2022 will be between the people fighting for a cause and those fighting for a position. And we know the difference. In fact, I don't know why we will be spending time on matters that are clear. There is taking advantage of somebody and there is setting your office in order. If I was the president and the DP is not playing ball, I would even violate the constitution. I will sack him first, let him defend himself in the courts, and let's discuss that when it has already been done. But Uhuru is a good man. For that, he's tolerant, he's patient, he's better than me when it comes to that. But all the same, before we go back to Kanu, I was answering your question. You told me 3 reasons why I cannot vote for William Ruto. And I only gave one, and then you start to take us for another journey. So are you willing for me to finish my answer, or one answer is enough?
That is enough, because I know they will be the same.
They will be the same how?
You know, I know how you talk, Bernard.
And I have rights, okay? It's my right to choose who to vote for and who not to vote for, and I have reasons. So I'm not voting for him because of my personal reasons and national reasons. This nation right now...
But you come for age.
It needs healing.
You come for age, Bernard.
I camouflage.
Bernard, you come for age. Yes, because sometimes, like I think 1 hour ago, you said you do not have a party. Then you are here telling us since 2005.
I told you I'm a life member of ODM. You can even check on my,
the way you are
check on my Facebook account that is older than 2011. Okay, my political political is indicated. So all the same, I think we should make progress. Where is Mulumbu?
There is
Penny make a contribution as we get to hear from Tom.
Okay, my contribution regarding what you're discussing now. About
yes.
Okay.
If there is
something she was to answer me. She was to answer me something.
Remind me, please.
Yani umesahau Penny, and the way you have been determined to answer.
I thought I had answered all your queries.
I just wanted to hear from you.
You find questions, okay? You find questions.
Let me remind her, Bernard. Let me remind her.
It's okay. It's okay.
Someone is asking what is forage. You know, we could be using some terms which are not so familiar to some people. Forage is ability to change colors.
Like a chameleon.
Like a chameleon.
I think it is camouflage.
Neto.
So Bernard.
Okay, Neto, I'll give you a scenario. I want to give you a scenario of a
Let me first remind you where we were. I was asking you of a very fundamental question of what you could have done if it were you, that you discover that you are in a family, then you know you have come together because of a common vision. Then should your husband limit you to achieve, as far as it is the best thing, what you are doing is good, should there be a limitation? That was my question, because the syndicate between Uhuru and Ruto is the very same thing. What brought together is so similar, like a marriage bond.
Okay, Ndeto, I'll answer that. You know, in authority, there are hierarchies and there are levels. And once you appreciate your position, if I appreciate my position as a woman, I do not feel threatened by my husband being the head of the family. So if my husband entrusts me with some duties and responsibilities, and I'm discharging the duties and responsibilities so excellently, I should be able to attribute this excellence to him because he's the head. I should be able to appreciate the fact that I was able to do this because he gave me the opportunity. But the moment I begin to chest stamp, you know, it's a chain. It's a chain. So if you have a president and a deputy president, the deputy president is in no way equal to the president. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So he's the highest authority in the land. So any success, any excellence that the deputy president gets, you should attribute all this to the head, who is the president. But now, if he comes out as someone who wants to hold, you know, he wants to come out as someone who is discrediting his boss and sort of like outshining, you know, you can't outshine your master. These are laws. Some of these things nobody will ever teach you in a classroom. Some of these things are not taught in a classroom. You know, you could be a deputy CEO in an organization, and you are so excellent. You do so well, and you wonder why you are not agreeing with the head of the organization, with the CEO. You see, simply because if you do not know how to link this chain, then you lose it. You end up now being intimidating. And that is what I'm talking about. If my husband has given me responsibilities and I'm shining, I should be able to acknowledge the fact that without you, my husband, it would not have been possible for me to make it. Then he'll feel so secure in his position as the head. And then I'll also be able to exploit more because my husband will see like I'm actually recognizing the fact that he's the one behind my achievement. So I think what lacks, with all humility, the DP is he's a very good mobilizer. He's very intelligent. His age is a plus. He's still young. He can do so much. But I think he should just learn he should just learn to be humble. You should learn to acknowledge, you know, your boss might have all these weaknesses, but he's still the boss at the end of the day. Acknowledge him. I'll give a scenario of Suluhu and Magufuli regarding the COVID, their stand on COVID. Magufuli did not believe that there ought to have been isolation, use of the whatever
face
the
mask,
face masks and stuff like that. But Suluhu could not come out openly and embarrass his boss that he does not believe in that. So she was very tactful. She was very skillful in the way he was handling the President Magufuli. And you can even see that the moment that, unfortunately, when Magufuli died, Suluhu came out and said that we cannot be having a stand in as far as COVID is concerned. You know, we have to come out clearly and start giving statistics of the number of infections. We have to now start taking precautions, which means that what the boss was doing in as far as the COVID issue was concerned was a bit backward. But she did come out to embarrass the boss, like, you know, you're backward, these things you are doing are not okay. So I think there's just some small thing, you know, you can't be gifted in all areas. All of us have weaknesses. So our deputy president, the day that he will learn to acknowledge that President Uhuru might not be the best president that we have ever had, but at the end of the day, he's still the president, I think that is where things will turn around for him. And I say this with all due respect and humility.
Okay, thank you,
acknowledging
Penny.
your boss, acknowledging the people who are higher than you in authority is
Penny. The point is made. The point is made, and the DP has been specifically advised by Mzee Atuoli that he needs to go and check the relationship between Jomo Kenyatta and Moi. How they related. And it was for a long time. Mzee Kenyatta was old, so he couldn't traverse the country. But Moi was traversing the country on behalf of Mzee. And anywhere he went, his first greeting was Mzee's greeting. He
even
sold
if they are not
Mzee's
greetings,
agenda.
Yes.
So it is not anything new. It's only that I think, like you well put, the DP has a lot to accept that kuna mambo ambayo unaweza fanya kivyako, lakini ukiingia katika uhusiano ama kuingia katika ofisi ya public, there is how you carry yourself differently for the public office sake, not even for your personal wherever choice. So it shouldn't be a big issue anywhere. Now,
but Bernard,
yes, I want us to make progress.
See,
I want us to hear from the two people who have come. Tom has been silent for long. I want him to say something, and then we move forward. So, Neto, are we not with you until the
let me
11th
ask,
hour?
It's just one question. You know, there are different person. Yes, I'm saying. I totally agree with what you are saying. When it comes to respect the boss, it is okay. But I think we are also forgetting there are different personality types and also different types of leaders. There are autocratic leaders, there are democratic leaders, there are also democratic leaders, servant leaders. Sasa, in this case, are you telling me that whoever we are discussing about is so democratic or is a servant leader that it is only the DP who could have made a mistake? You know, in a way, to some extent, I tend to see some autocracy.
How to justify what is unjustifiable. I think we have over discussed that subject. Let it rest there. You cannot be reactive and be a proper leader. For you to be a proper leader, you must be proactive. That means even if your boss has insulted you, you don't insult back, especially in public. My first job after high school was a hotel attendee. I was a waiter, and I had a female boss who would call you in the back office and even slap you. Then a customer has come in the diner, you must put on a smile, go receive the customer, serve the customer, and then go back to fight your war later. So being professional in a professional office is not something that depends on personality. It is a reality of this is work environment. We behave like this, we relate like this. So we discipline ourselves to function rightly. You cannot say that because this has done me, I have to do them, and you still want to be in the public service. It doesn't work that way. Please, let it rest
I now understand you. I now understand you, Bernard. But to me, you cannot be physical even if you are my boss. Tutakosana vibaya sana.
Okay. Now I understand you too. Thank you. Now mute your mic. Let's hear from Tom.
I've been quiet, and I'm so much amused by the conversation between you guys, and I really love the passion that you guys have on this matter, because everybody is passionate about their particular political stand, regardless of how wrong or right your position is. Everyone will defend their position to death, and the good thing is that none of us is likely to change the position of the other person with regards to whom you support or not. But either way, that is where we are. That's the beauty of it. Now, I would also like to, first of all, I like to also agree with the fact that Ruto really undermined his boss to a great extent, and I think that that really was a big setback, because I think Uhuru came in as sort of a weak president. He was politically weak, and you consider also the number of strikes that came in. There were doctor strike, nurses strike, there was always teacher strike, there were scandals after scandals. So I think it was very easy to look at Uhuru and see him as a weak president, and that also allowed the deputy president to somewhat overshadow him, because he was young, energetic, with a lot of ambitions here and there. So I think the president also allowed him to make inroads and develop roots within the party and within the structures of government, especially within the first term. Now, coming to the second term, I think the president decided to show his real self, and the deputy president, he tried to cut him down to size, although it was a little late, but I think he is now showing his real self. So, because you look at the first term, and the president appeared to be impressed with the deputy, and he even promised to support him and campaign for him in the first term. But you realize along the way things change, is because I think the DP also gets himself in a situation where, having seen the fate of the previous over close to 10 vice presidents, he saw the fate that has always befallen them, with the exception of Daniel Moi, who only became president as a consequence of the demise of his predecessor, of his boss, that is Jomo Kenyatta. No other deputy president easily ascended the throne through an election. So, except even Kibaki only got it much later on. So I think he knows the fate that when you are the immediate person who is set to ascend the throne, all the arrows are aimed at you, and all the arrows seems to be aimed at him. And I think he realized that is why he became a little more aggressive and decided to undermine his boss, who appeared weak at that time. But you get to realize that regardless of how democratic or undemocratic it is, a sitting president has the power of the state with him. That is the military, the media, he has the finances behind it, he has the communications authority behind him, he has the masses also behind him, and the power of the law behind him. So there are so many things that he could do to jeopardize your position, whether directly or indirectly. So I think that was a big mistake on his side. Secondly, there is this popular narrative that is always being said about You know, Ruto is a hustler. He comes from a humble background, and then Ruto, his father or his mother is not known, and therefore that funnily in a way qualifies him to be the next president because the other people come from known background. You know, you see, in my view, a person's humble background or lack thereof is not a pointer to good leadership. We have seen that from history. Most of the dictators came from very humble background, whether you look at Idi Amin, you look at even Museveni, you look across the world, you look at the dictatorial people. Even in Kenya, you see, you look at Jomo Kenyatta was a little dictatorial, but he came from humble background. Look at Moi, who was dictatorial at some point. He came from humble background. So your background is not supposed to be a pointer to your humility or to, and even your religious background cannot point to your ability in terms of leadership. So that you quote scriptures when it is convenient to attack your colleagues, and you also use your background as a way to divide people or to get votes or sympathy. I think that is quite a popular narrative that is very disappointing. Even the youths. That is why I don't tolerate somebody. There's a friend of mine, is an aspirant. He came to me and asked me to support him for an MCA position, and he told me that, you know, support me because I'm a youth and therefore I'm one of you. And I told him that is not a policy. Being youth is not does not mean that you're going to support me. You know, it is as ridiculous as it can get. You come and say, I am a woman, let the women support me. I am a youth, let them, you know, it's quite ridiculous. It's this popular thing. They say the axe came and what? They gave him the votes because the axe was made of wood. But the axe is used to chop the trees eventually. Lastly, I would like to say that what Ruto is facing is not unique. Raila has faced all these things before. In 2007, Raila came in with the people. You see, Ruto says he has the people. And he's right. He has a significant group of people behind him. Raila had it in 2007. Because of the power of the state, Raila couldn't ascend into presidency. Raila had the people in 2013. And it is, and the same way, Neto, you are ignoring that. You're saying that, you know, Raila has always lost and he doesn't accept victory. I am telling you, the same thing is likely to happen to Ruto, whether he wins or not. Because if the power of the state is not behind him, he may not ascend into the throne, that is the presidency. And then the same script will be run against him, that, you know, you lost and you refuse to accept. And that is a problem that I've always seen with most of the supporters of the deputy president. They use that narrative against Raila that is a perennial loser. What will happen if in 2022 the deputy president wins, but he is not declared the winner? Who will you blame? Will you say it is? Will you say
we will
because
concede in the morning? We will concede in the morning.
No, I'm saying
if that is the case.
No,
if
you've
it
not had my
will be
question.
fair,
I have said if he won, but he is not declared the winner, because that is what most Raila supporters believe. If he won, but
we shall be full in the streets. We shall be all over like Safarians.
Okay,
there
I
is
think
no
that
problem. Welcome to the world. We've been there.
So yeah, it is true. We've been there before, and that even that didn't guarantee Raila the presidency. He was in the streets in 2007, in 2013, in 2017. Eventually,
Raila did not win.
Anyway, thank you.
Raila did not. He did not win. That's why he conceded very easily.
Raila didn't
Don't
concede.
take over the show, please. Let Tom finish his submission. There are people on the waiting. Let's not revolve around this and then back and forth. The man has come. There is some who have come. They are yet to contribute. Let's be lenient, please.
In 1 minute. In 1 minute, please. So my point exactly was as Neto you're putting it. You're saying Raila did not win. The same narrative will be run against the deputy president, and they will say he will not win. And you know the good thing is that Raila, at least the court said that that the election was not free and fair and not verifiable. Your time is coming and you will see it happening. In my view, I'm not saying Ruto will lose, but I'm saying the way things are moving, he is likely not going to become the president if things go as they are going and if the state is organized successfully against him. Thank you very much.
How are things going? But they don't have votes themselves. The votes are with the people. They can't do anything. Anyway, briefly, I want to mention.
I have a question.
Hebu ngoja
The
kwanza,
votes can
ngoja
be
kwanza
stolen.
Kewel.
The votes can be stolen.
Uliingiaje? Visa
And the
nani
servers
alikupatia?
will not be opened.
Hebu
Lazima
subiri kwanza
tuingie.
tafadhali.
Lazima tuingie na hakuna kitu unaweza
Hold
fanya.
on, nani alikuzuia kuingia?
Hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. Hakuna kitu unaweza fanya.
Wacha pressure. Okay?
Bernard, please a question. A question to that gentleman.
This guy who is he attacking?
Who has a
question?
Bernard, let him be
question to
clear.
that gentleman who just finished
Ayaga
now.
is a criminal. Ayaga is a criminal.
That is Sam. Sam, are you the one asking the question?
Yes, please.
I can't see you. That is why I'm asking who is asking. Okay, ask your question before Kewel comes in.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. I have a question, and this question I just want to know. My friend just said something about the deputy president, and he was saying that he wasn't obeying his boss, and he wanted to outsmart his boss. So I wanted him to just cite at any point where he wanted to outsmart his boss, and where he never wanted to obey his boss, because if, for example, you differ in the because our minds are not locked together, we are different, in our thinking, and that one doesn't mean that we don't obey. So, and I just want him just to state where and how did he want to outsmart him.
Yeah, that is very simple. The president said, "Stop early campaign."
Just use your own words. Don't say what the president. The politicians, they can use political words to get mileage. Tell me, I saw this one, I saw this one. Because even until today, two of them they have not told us where things went wrong. So it's us trying to cast things that he has not went here and there.
I can answer that one.
The president has said that the president said very well. He started the race running in the opposite direction, and the president also said he told him stop early campaigns, and he refused to stop. That is, even without looking at other things, and at least that is a clear pointer to insubordination of
Can I remind you something? Do you
Yes.
know that even before Kibaki term came to an end, Uhuru himself and the Ruto team started campaigning? So this issue of campaigning early started ever.
Uhuru was not a deputy president or a president or a vice president at that time.
But if he was campaigning, did he stop anything doing in the government?
He wasn't doing it against the wishes of the president. The president was not against him, but in this case, the president told me categorically stop early campaigns, and he didn't. So at least the fact that the president says go left and you decide to go right, that is subordination. You don't need to really argue about it. It is as clear as it gets.
Uhuru is a coward.
Okay.
Tell us they launched BBI.
Uhuru is a coward.
Neto,
Uhuru is a coward.
don't force us to begin to use other powers, please.
Uhuru is
Relax,
a coward.
Kewel, prove your point.
Uhuru is a coward. Number one, that is to start with. In 2018, January, Baba was devastated. I mean, he was, how can I put it? Nimechoka sana. He was frustrated. So, Ruto told us, and what Ruto tells us is nothing but the truth. Is the truth to the truth. He told us Baba looked for him 4 times. And he refused because he knew he had a relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta. Even if your wife today, someone else talks to him, she will come and tells you that Baba Boy, that man is chasing after me. Please, wachana na mwambie yeye achana na mimi. So when Raila came looking for Ruto, Ruto went, assumed him and went to tell Uhuru that Raila is looking for me. I don't know what he wants, and I've refused to see him. So Uhuru, because he was fearing that the ODM was gonna bring some havoc in this country, and they had already sworn themselves at, what do you call, at Uhuru Park. So he was so fearful that maybe if I don't listen to these guys, they're gonna give me rough time. So actually, he stretched his hand, greeting Raila Odinga without him realizing that he was putting himself in a lot of trouble, which has really costed him with his legacy. In accordance to today's title, I think Gideon Moi is just wasting his time. He's wasting his time and he's wasting his father's money. This guy doesn't have money. He's using his father's money. He's wasting his time and he's wasting his father's money, family money, in other words. Because where is Moi gonna go? Where is Gideon gonna go? He doesn't have a jurisdiction. He doesn't have a constituency that he's controlling. Even his backyard, Baringo County, he doesn't control anymore. So when you tell us that he's setting pace, he's setting to become a presidential principal, to lead who? To lead who? Even the Bible tells us that, being a leader, you have to be a leader from your house. A family as a unit, as a father, you need to lead your house. This guy is leading who? Gideon Moi is wasting his time and he's wasting his father's money. He needs to be whipped and taken back to Kabarak and look after Moi's farm and cows there. Thirdly, these other guys, Kina Mudavadi, Kina Kalonzo.
Before you go far, you are just giving statements without substantiation.
Substantiation what?
What makes Moi not in control of his family?
I've told you, he doesn't control his backyard. He has no constituency. He has no control of Baringo. We have to be truthful to ourselves that the politics of this country is local. All politics are local. You have to be a leader from your backyard so that you can be seen nationally. You have to be felt from home that this guy is being supported and backed by his people. By the time you come to the national politics, you will be seen as a person who has wakikuuliza nini umeleta kwa meza. That is what they've been saying. What are you bringing on the table? So what is Gideon bringing in on the table? Nothing, absolutely nothing. He cannot control even.
Let me comment something.
He cannot even control his backyard. So what I'm trying to say is this guy is wasting time, wasting his father's money. And the third point, which I was raising before you interrupted me, was that the Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Weta, these guys, they are being intimidated that, if you don't support Raila, nobody will support you. And in fact, if Raila goes today and becomes the president, we are going to revive BBI and we are going to slot you somewhere to work, which is, a pure lie, a daytime broadlight lie. So these guys, they are wasting and, using their time in a way that they would be now in Mandera, Marsabit, those other places campaigning for themselves. They are waiting for Uhuru to come and endorse them. So they need to change their minds, reevaluate and rethink, and go back to drawing board and think on how they're gonna invest in their campaigns. Why they are bitter with William Ruto is because William Ruto has traversed almost all the corners of this country, and he has backing from all the corners of this country. The other day he was in Amboseli coming through Kimana, Emali, and this other route. The other day he was in Western, Uko Sirisia. He was in Awendo. This guy is looking for votes. He's hunting for votes. Votes, you go looking for them. Votes, you don't wait for tycoons to come and feed you with lunch so that they tell you have votes. You don't wait for them to bring you Land Cruisers so that you think like you're gonna go to people and ask for votes. Go outside and look for votes. This is what I'm telling Mudavadi and Kalonzo. If they want votes, let them go to Sirisia, let them go to Lukuyani, let them go to all these places looking for votes. Let them not look for votes in Safari Park by going. Thank you so much and good night.
Now, Kewel, before you go, ngoja, which good night. Ngoja kwanza. Number one question. Number one question. What stops the revival of BBI after 22 elections? You say
that is what I said.
Ngoja kwanza, I finished the question before you respond. Okay. What stops the revival of BBI after 22? What makes it a lie if it's given as a promise? Then number two, you have said with your own sentiments, politics are local.
Local.
Okay. So these tycoons are not local.
Okay. I'll start by number one, your story in a BBI. I've told you, they are being told that if you support Baba, if you support Odinga, I mean, you need to shelve your bid in terms of, what they're going to do is something it has been done before. You remember in 2006, these guys, Ruto was in the Pentagon, and Najib Balala, Nyaga, and these other two fellas, Mudavadi and Kalonzo. And so everybody had to make a launch for their presidential bid, if you can remember, if you had been born at that time. And so what they are doing right now is that they will go around now. Gideon did his yesterday. They would go for Kalonzo, they would go for Mudavadi, and they would go for Raila. And it's a total lie. Today, Raila received 3 Land Cruisers for campaign, and he's telling us that he's not launched his bid. But let's assume he's going to do it. I mean, he's going to declare himself a presidential candidate. And so they would go round, everybody doing their presidential launch. But eventually, in fact, Uhuru will just pressure these guys like, support Baba. Once you support Baba, after he clinches the presidential seat, we are going to open a new chapter on how you guys want to be brought into the government, maybe by way of BBI, through an act of parliament or any other thing, or maybe through a popular vote in terms of referendum. And so it's a means in which you want to convince people to come together and vote, and support one guy against, of course, William Ruto. So I think I've answered you the first question in terms of BBI. Number two, the tycoons. The tycoons, the other day, those tycoons, they lie to each other. They tell us they are billionaires. They have industries. They have what? They have people in their industries. They're gonna, what do you mean? They say they are controlling the economy. With what economy? The vote is with the people. You go hunting for the vote. You mobilize people and ask for vote. Kura ni kuomba. Kura ni kutafuta. Unaenda ukitafuta kura, ukiongelesha watu wakupatie kura. Not going to Safari Park and filling your plate and people giving you money to go and tell people, vote for me, this is 50 shillings. This time, let me tell you, and to be honest with you, kama ujui utajua. 2022 kura ni kuomba, si kura ya kununua, kura ni kuomba. Utatupatia shilingi 200, 500, tutashika, tununue mahamri na chai, tukunywe, lakini we will still decide where we are going to give our vote. So let not your people be lied to that tycoons will give you 7 billion or 10 billion or 50 billion shillings to go and do your campaign so that you become the president. My friend, fikiria sahi, omba kura.
Kewel, mbona unanichanganya? Okay? Mbona unanichanganya?
Na kuchanganya vipi?
Kura ni kuomba. Umesema
have you been in part of an electioneering campaign?
No,
mimi nimekuwa in campaign.
You are saying kura ni kuomba, okay? And then you're saying politics is local. These tycoons don't drop from heaven. They have their backyard. where they come from, number one. Number two, if they make their contribution to facilitate campaign. When campaign is in kuomba kura. So are they
Let
not
me tell you something.
asking for votes?
Someone just told me from Central that we don't know those tycoons. Wametoka wapi? We only see those people coming to our backyard to be buried. Wanakwanga Nairobi huko, kucheza golf huko Nairobi, kurukaruka. We only see them huko. Hawakujagi ground. That is
okay, sawa. Thank you.
Penny,
you had something.
Penny wants to start asking.
There's a comment I
Can
wanted
you, Penny, with your question?
Yeah, it's a comment and a question at the same time. Mr. Senator KOL, he has just said that.
You look beautiful, Penny. You look beautiful, Penny.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you're not arresting me. I hope you're not neutralizing my question.
Beware.
We have to appreciate.
I will still throw the arrow at you.
No, we have to appreciate.
Okay.
Our Kenyan people, we appreciate you so much.
Yeah, you've just made a comment and said that Gideon Moi is wasting his time and his dad's money. He's wasting his time going to the ballot. And we understand that, politics is all about strategy and game plan. We don't know yet what his game plan is. We don't know whether he's going to end up at the ballot or he's planning a coalition with the other political parties. And Kenya being a democratic country, Kenya being a multi-party state, I feel that it is very unfair of you to say that he's wasting time. He is not wasting time. It is within his democratic right to be the head of a party, to be a head of a party. So that's the comment I wanted to make.
Okay, let me answer. It is as simple as, he's wasting his time. Where is Abduba Dida? Where is Olekiapi? Where is all these other guys?
But
maybe it's a strategy.
This attitude of dismissing people is not going down well with the rest of the country. Abdul Dida is, in fact, is yet to declare his bid, but he has vied twice. Has he asked you for support? Has he complained that he lost his money in the campaign?
For Abduba Dida, he was just asking, he was campaigning to be seen as a presidential candidate to get himself another wife. That guy is a multi-poly.
What is wrong with Gideon Moi doing that? Is there anything unconstitutional on that?
Maybe
I know
Gideon enter into a coalition with the other
his father's money.
Let us all accept any Kenyan of sound mind and of right age can go for president if he can raise the money required, the signature required, and is a political leader, or he want to go as independent. So to say that hii kiti si ya mtu fulani, hii kiti na
what is paining you is the fact that anaenda kugawa kura within the UDA backyard. Probably that is what is making you guys so mad.
Where in UDA?
That's why
where in UDA backyard?
Advising my DVD Kalonzo
so
that they divide.
Where in UDA? Where in UDA?
They have no.
Where in UDA? No, Nyamaza kwanza pastor. Penny, where in UDA is gonna divide the vote? Which part of UDA corner? In Rift Valley.
Gideon comes from Rift Valley, and Rift Valley is Rutonated. Are you getting me? Is Rutonated. So by him coming out to be the head of a Kanu political party, then that means that if people vote for him, the votes won't go to Ruto, and that's a setback for the UDA people. So probably that's why you guys are very mad at him and using the terms he's wasting money.
We are not mad at him. We are not mad at Gideon. Let me tell you something. Mahali kuna fahali wawili.
Yes.
Kuna ule moja bado tunamwekea nyasi, hii ingine ikishamalizana na kazi yake tunaweka retire, huyu mwingine sahi ako strong apande ng'ombe tupate maziwa. So saa hii ni William ndio anakula nyasi, anatupatia maziwa. Gideon akae kidogo kidogo, William akitoka yeye atakuwa ametosha, basi yeye atakuwa anarukia ng'ombe. That's as simple as that. Tunampenda Gideon, but he's not ripe for the job.
But
But he
what
still has
what makes
constitutional
it
right
difficult for the DP
Let's agree there.
to form a
He has
coalition?
constitutional right to go
The
for the
DP can
seat.
form a coalition with him. Why is he being asked to fold his party? And we are
He has not refused. He has not refused. He has
But you're
not
saying he's
refused.
wasting money. You're saying that he's
DP has
wasting
not
his
refused.
father's money.
Okay,
Let me tell you
Kevin and
something.
Kewel, thank you. That is enough. Let's now move on. Kipchumba.
Bernard, wacha tuongee kidogo na
No. You want to drag us into an argument.
Yes, Bernard.
mimi ndio nimehang.
Yes, Bernard.
Bernard.
It is your turn. Make your submission.
Bernard, a minute, please. I would like to wave you.
Not you. Ngoja kwanza wale watu
I'm signing out.
Waseme kwanza.
You will not allow me to wish you a good night. You know, I started. It's good morning.
Yes.
So you guys, pleasure to have had a very nice debate with you. Let us meet in the evening. So mimi nimelemewa, nasikia tu kulala na I have some assignment ahead. So you guys, asanteni sana na mzidi with the same spirit.
Ndeto, I promised you a book. When you were in Nairobi, come for the physical copy. The e-copy disappeared with the laptop, like you said. But it will come.
Okay.
So the hard copy, when you're in Nairobi, ask for it. Ama upange vile taika kwa monoline ikuje huko.
Which book? What is the
Hata
topic?
Uber. Naweza agiza Uber na upatiana na ikuja inifikie penye niko.
What is the subheading of that book?
So
it's my book.
That was
on leadership. It's not, it was my gift.
Leadership. Yeah, Bernard. Your leadership, yeah, Bernard.
Yeah. Well, I know you don't believe in my philosophy, my leadership philosophy.
Yeah, Bernard, your leadership.
wewe senator, kitabu ni mimi ninapewa. So I'm waiting for it. Na nimesikia you are a good supporter.
Will buy. I will force him to buy.
Soma topic, soma preface na ugo hardcover ya nyuma. Ukiona haiko sawa nipigie nikwambie kama utaendelea na hiyo ya ndani.
I know.
Mnapenda kuzuia watu.
I know Bernard has borrowed knowledge from various books.
From who?
And he has brought a very nice good one. So I will come for it, Bernard.
Karibu. Thank you.
I will come for it.
Nice to will see you in the next show.
Where are you, Ndeto?
Okay, thank you so much. And also, currently I'm within Nairobi.
Na mbona anasema ati ataweka kwa mono line?
If you are Nairobi,
you do not know that I'm vying for MP in Kinangop constituency. So most of the time I'm on the ground.
Which Kinangop?
The one for Nyandarua.
Not Kinangop.
No, it is Kinangop constituency. It has south and north sub-counties. So it's a constituency called Kinangop.
I know Kinagofu.
Kinagofu kiuru ni kuo ndirathie guthurwo. Kuu ni kuo ndirathie guthurwo. Penny.
Yes.
Penny.
Yes, they can hear you.
Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Now let's hear from Kipchumba, please.
Yes, Bernard.
Asante.
Toa hoja yako. Kanu fresh.
Aweke picha.
Bernard.
Yes.
Yangu ni kuhusu Gideon Moi. Huyu jamaa amesema Gideon Moi is a leader, is a German of Kanu. And he is coming back 2022 to lead this country. So Ruto, Deputy President, and Uhuru Kenyatta, they are going home already. So Gideon Moi is trying to form a government with Raila Amolo Odinga, to my observation. And then in Rift Valley, Gideon Moi is trying to follow his father's steps, like Kamatusa. He's trying to make sure that Kamatusa is coming back. Ruto, he cannot manage all votes from Rift Valley, especially from Turkana and Maasai land. So I'm trying to tell Senator Calwell to leave alone to panic about Gideon Moi when he seek for presidency in 2022. His time has come, and Ruto, he may try, but he cannot be ahead of Gideon Moi in 2022. His time.
Why do you say so, Kipchumba? Why do you say that he cannot beat DP?
Okay. Let me say this, Bernard. 2013, Deputy President supported supported Uhuru Kenyatta in Rift Valley, and even Ruto cannot manage all Rift Valley to 14 for Uhuru Kenyatta. And I can remember OTM is still OTM from Turkana County voted in Raila Amolo Odinga. Kajato, that is my land, voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. And I remember, I wish even Ruto could have made all the backyard of, let's say, Rift Valley could have 100% or 90% or 80% to Uhuru Kenyatta. And even Ruto cannot manage that. And he's seeking for the presidency coming 2022. Now, Gideon Moi is coming in to buy for the presidency in 2022, and he's trying to make sure that Rift Valley is going to be intact through him, not Ruto again, according to me. And we have seen in Bomas yesterday, I think so, they had a group with Hawker and then Raila, Molo Odinga. So to me, Ruto is nowhere in 2022 politics. To me, really, I don't see. No, let's say the truth, my brother, because how can Ruto become a president of this republic? Yet now Rift Valley cannot manage all these votes. Imagine now even Raila is from Nyanza, and imagine these votes from Nyanza and Western, including Nairobi. And then you are trying to seek votes from Central, of which you are not sure of.
Can I engage Kipchumba?
Yes, come in, my brother.
Yeah, go ahead, although Sam is waiting and Jonathan.
No, Sam can wait. Maybe Jonathan. Kipchumba, which part of Rift Valley are you coming from?
No, don't vote about what I'm coming from.
Let's talk so local. Politics is local. Politics is local.
Leave alone local, my brother.
Politics is local. We need to base our Gideon Moi and William Ruto in terms of when you say he's not able to mobilize the entire Rift Valley. That's why I'm asking you, which part of Rift Valley are you coming from? You know, we are headed somewhere.
Okay, yes. I'm coming from West Pokot, I mean.
West Pokot?
Yeah.
Kwalo Nyangapuo?
Yes.
Very good.
We are Kanu Kanu fresh.
And that is Kanu region, right?
Do you agree with that?
That one I agree with you. With you.
And that is backyard of William Ruto.
But then.
Yeah. Yes.
But then, what am I trying to say? Is that you know, that is your belief in West Pokot. You know, like Lonyangapuo is a Kanu guy, right?
Yes.
What's the name of your Your senator ni nani? It's
I
this
think
guy.
you know my brother. I don't want to even remind you. You know all those leaders from that.
But anyway, I wanted to say,
yeah.
Since you're coming from West Pokot,
yes,
I just wanted to give you a fresh report that West Pokot,
yeah,
UDA is at almost 95%. That is a good report I'm gonna give you. 95%.
You are a liar, man.
Okay. The Kalenjin vote, William will lead it at around 95%. When we go to Turkana, we know Nanok is supporting William, and then in Narok, that is the Masai West, we have almost Ruto is almost leading by 60-70%. We go to Kajiado, which is almost around 60-70% as well. So when you talk of Kamatusa, the original Nyayo thing, I cannot give William 100%, but I would give him up to 80%, to be honest. But then 20%, there'll be ODM hapo ndani in Kajiado and in Narok. There'll be ODM also and Kanu in Turkana. That one I cannot deny. But the truth of the matter is, William Ruto with that Kamatusa thing yenye umesema is almost at 85%. 85%.
Senator Kadwele, I wish Ruto could have marshal all of them. And then now you cannot compare.
But the reality is, that's the reality on the ground.
This is off ground. This is off ground.
Bernard, we are talking with Kipchumba. We are talking with Kipchumba. Wewe ongea hapa ya Sirisia na Penny.
Hapana, ngoja kwanza nikuulize.
We are engaging with Kipchumba.
Wewe unatupatia figures, hujatuambia ulipata hizo figures kupitia imagination, kupitia polls ama kupitia meet the people tour. You cannot just say so and so is 80%, so and so is 90%. And you want us
Tuko ground. Like saizi niko county 27 sai tukiongea. So tuko kwa ground and we know these things on the ground.
Is it not the same ground you are in during the BBI assembly voting?
Bernard, you are being called by Kipchumba.
Yes, Kipchumba.
Sorry, Bernard.
Yes.
I was just reminding my brother, Senator Kalwell, that, Rift Valley, we assume now is a Kalenjin vote block, but it is somehow, there is some other people, including, let's say, others. And I wish even also Ruto could have mentioned all of them, like Raila, trying Nyanza and Western. So, Kalwell, you have now declared that.
By the way, Raila is not enjoying Western fully. He's not enjoying Western fully.
No, he's not enjoying, but he still controls part of Western, really.
Yeah, it's the same as the way Ruto is controlling part of Masai and Turkana.
Where Raila coming from? Is it Nyanza or Western?
Nyanza.
And then, is there any votes coming outside of Nyanza without Raila Odinga?
Same as Ruto. There is no vote coming out of Kalenjin without Ruto. That's why I told you, all these politics are local. They are all local. Without you having something with the table, you won't discuss anything with the rest of the people. Paleju. Baka ukuje huku chini. Kwanza. Gideon anataka kuruka West Pokot na barinde yake haiko.
To discuss with tribal leaders.
Sorry?
Your party leader has refused to discuss with tribal parties. So
but you see, what Ruto is trying to drive is the original idea that Jubilee had when it was being formed. Remember, it had to form several parties to form one party. And you see, like, nations like Tanzania, and South Africa. You know, they have ANC and this other one, yeah, Tanzania inaitwa nini? You know, these are national parties whereby a party, I mean, has a whole country, you know, a whole national outlook and a whole national, you know, umbrella that runs the entire country. So what Ruto is trying to bring in is an aspect of having one party being a one umbrella taking over all the leadership of the country. So that is the original idea that Jubilee had, and that is what William is trying to drive in this sense of saying, you know, let us be in one party, let us try to make a party so democratic and whereby everybody will be coming in and your interest will be taken care of inside one party, but not us having several parties. So what he's trying to do now is like, wacha chama chako ingia hapa, wacha chako ingia hapa, so that it will not look like UDA ni our Kalenjin, Kanu ni our Tugen, you know, these are the, you know, it brings a lot of tribalism in the country. But when we have one umbrella country, things will be better. We'll be having one. Yes, yes, sir.
What about 2013, 2013? We had the URP and TNA, my brother.
And they were dropped for one Jubilee.
That is on 2017, eh?
2013.
No, 2013, they had URP and TNA form one government, eh?
In 2012, Jubilee formed one party.
No. You are running ahead of yourself, Kewel, but I think the point is clear. 2013 was a coalition between TNA and URP. They came until 2017. That's when they collapsed the other parties and formed Jubilee as a party. But Jubilee of 2013 was a coalition.
No, okay, I mean, you're right, but that was the same idea they had since 2012.
Okay, but that idea is becoming undemocratic because us being a multi-party democracy, we shouldn't, wherever...
It's all ideological. It's all ideological.
All parties.
I mean, it's all ideological, whereby you come up with an idea that we want to form one party that will umbrella the entire country in such a way that all people who are vying for leadership, they will be coming under one party. Ukishindwa kwa nomination, I mean, kwa Rosafi, you just step backward and wait for another time, and those who have been elected, wanaenda. Alafu sasa, you know, the other competitor also, they are also having chama moja. Like in Tanzania, we have only chama cha Mapinduzi, and the other one is called ile yakina this other guy, the opposition party. So in essence, it's forming one party in a country whereby people would be taken in for leadership, and it's gonna set up the government ama ikwe opposition. It's as simple as that. It's ideological, but si lazima.
Well, I get your point, eh? In terms of somebody having an idea of having a big party that houses other parties, but it doesn't have to be imposed on other parties, because the process of registering a political party is not a walk in the park. So somebody has registered a political party, he has his membership and all that, then you lay a demand on them to fold their party because you want a bigger party. Why can't you now fold yours and join theirs?
It depends also. It depends also with the outlook ya hiyo chama. Like the way Jubilee was formed, TNA iliangushwa, URP iliangushwa, all these others iliangushwa and formed one party. So for UDA is already party which is ishajulikana all over the country, and he's trying to convince guys kwambia, please kujeni to form one party. Wachaneni na hizo party zingine, kujeni we form one party. And I think that is the spirit that William is trying to convince these people. The only problem that we had with
wewe unataka nibomoe nyumba yangu.
I have a question. Senator
nyumba ya mtu tunaomba. Tunaomba. Yes, Penny.
Mimi naweza kuja kukaa kwako siku 2-3, lakini nibomoe nyumba yangu kwanza ndio nikuje. Hapo kuna
Why do you think people are hesitant? Why do you think these party leaders are quite hesitant?
It's all about interest, Penny. It's all about interest. Let me tell you something, Bernard.
Senator, you hear like in UDA, there have been instances where people like Rigathi.
Yes.
Rigathi has been saying that the deputy president should give first preference to people who have been with him during his difficult time. So that opens a window for some.
Which I don't agree with him. Which I don't agree with Rigathi.
Direct nomination. So if someone is going to be given a direct nomination and I'm left and I'm disgruntled and nimebomoa nyumba yangu, so where am I supposed to land? So that is why
I don't agree with Rigathi. Myself too, I don't agree with Rigathi that somebody like Rigathi himself, who's been with BP for the longest time, and he feels like he needs to recapture his Madeira seat, that he needs to be given, a first priority of nomination because he's been with DB all these years.
People like
that is not democratic. That is not democratic. There are other people in Madeira who want that seat. It is not democratic, and it is
like
not.
Now, for instance, Governor Waiguru has joined UDA, and we also have Purity Girishi, who wants to run for the governor's seat.
Yes.
So because now Girishi has been an ardent supporter of Ruto, so that means now Girishi will get a direct nomination, and then Waiguru will be thrown under the bus. So when she's disgruntled, and she wanted to run for the governor's seat, so what will happen to her? Do you expect her to sit and watch?
No. DP has been so clear. DP has been so clear. In fact, he said, "Don't wait for me to usingoje ukuje usaidiwe upate ticket. You enda utafute ticket, ongea na raia, you go for nomination parties, balloting, ukipata bas kuja uombe kiti kwa chama." So he's not favoring anyone.
Nominations are fair, then I would give a suggestion to that. I would concur with that. But if there are direct tickets for some preferential candidates like Kanata, then that is
mbona kiti ya urais haiko open kwa nomination kwa chama yenu hii?
It is open.
Sisi tungependa kuja na chama yetu, lakini mtu wetu pia patilita wetu apatie nomination.
We don't have a Wanjigi. We don't have a Wanjigi in our side. Have you had any Wanjigi on our side?
Where did Wanjigi go to in your side?
Wanjigi
anaomba has a party, Kiunjuri has a party, these other people have a party. Why can't they come as party leaders? Na twende Kasarani ndio tuchague presidential candidate wa UDA ni nani?
Let me tell you something.
There are not a provision for that.
Let me tell you something. In fact, I would give you, this is private to UDA, and in fact, he told them, your party will still remain your party, okay? But then, as you are coming in, just delegate the leadership of your party, ikae kwa kama chairman wa party, ibaki kama ni Bernard, and then kama ni party leader umpatie someone else, then the same party would go for gubernatorial, would go for senatorial, would go for woman rep. The party would be going for all those other seats. But when it comes to presidency, let us concentrate on one point of having one president pale juu. Unaona? But the rest of hizi vitu zingine
how can you be having democracy at the and then you are the bottom up? Is it not bottom up? If it's bottom up, why can't we start nominating from the grassroots all the way to the top?
you know, unajua parties zinakuwaga na mambo mingi. Do you know how parties operate, my friend? Yeah? Parties zinakuwaga biashara za watu wengine Kenya hii, kama ujui. Parties are industries.
Temba has a question for you as we...
I know you like this guy. I know you like this guy.
Of course, we have a question for you. Relax.
Kewel is not about liking me. It's about asking you a question. It's about what you have said.
This one is a bandit. This one is a bandit.
Kewel, listen, I give you a question. Now you've said something that I think we cannot let fly.
I think ukuja hapa mni interview.
Umekuja hapa kuulizwa maswali. Kama uko tayari kuulizwa maswali unazama, unafinya left unaenda. Lakini kama as long as you're still there kuna maswali na zile vitu umesema lazima utaulizwe. You must be interrogated.
Wewe hata huko Kenya, you never vote. Wewe hata huko Kenya, you never vote.
It doesn't. How do you confirm wewe uko Kenya? Anyway,
Kenya, we know.
Listen, Kewel, listen to. Unaona sasa vile watu wa UDA mna divert questions. I'm not vying for president. It's Ruto.
You are not in Kenya and you are not going to vote unless you call your mother, your grandmother, your
mother. Relax, Kewel.
Relax. Why are you defensive?
Yeye hata akiwa ng'ambo ana haki kama Mkenya kuvote. You can fly in, vote and go. If he's vying, he comes 6 months early.
Bernard,
I know guys. This is my guy. I know him.
Walilaunch UDA party juzi hapa. Now listen.
Kama si siasa huyu jamaa rafiki yangu. I know him.
Kewel, wacha nikuulize swali jamani. Kuna kitu umesema hapo we cannot let go. How do you say that your party leader of UDA ameongea na other party members ati wasivuje chama yao in secret? So is there something that you guys are telling us in public? Your party leader, who is the deputy president, is saying he's not going to negotiate with anybody in the light, in the cameras. Lakini in the darkness anakutana nao, anawaambia we kuja tu na party yako, lakini usijali. So is that what you're saying? Is that what you are saying here so that we have it in record?
Let me give you a case scenario.
So no, first of all, is that what you're saying so that we have it in record?
Let me give you a case scenario. You've heard of a chama called Chama cha Mashinani?
Yeah, I know that is the other Ruto's party.
For Isaac
yes.
Ruto.
Umesikia amesema nini? Haizi fanyia nini chama chake?
Haizi vunja chama.
Lakini ako wapi?
Ako kwa Hustler movement.
Exactly. Hata ile walikuwa wanasemanga nini mashinani? They used to say something. Pesa mashinani, right?
Mhm.
So saizi wameibadilisha ni Hustler mashinani. Okay? So the leadership still remains within the party ya CCM kuwa ni Isaac Ruto, his chairman.
Sasa kiwao, mbona wengine mnawaambia wavunje vyama? Nani anaitwa nani? Moses Kuria mnamwambia vunje chama. Kiunjuri mnamwambia vunje chama. Nani unamwambia vunje chama? Lakini Isaac Ruto mnamwambia sivunje.
I've told you hawajambiwa funja. Nimesema kitu kama hiyo.
Your party leader, tutakutrust ama tutatrust your party leader. Your party leader amesema hako tayari kunegotiate na vyama ndogo ndogo ambavyo vya kikabila. Kewel, what your party leader?
You see my friend.
Sasa wewe
just a moment. Kewel, you say if I heard you very well. You say these people
mimi si mjinga na mimi si mlevi. I know what I'm saying.
Handing over the leadership of their parties. Ndio wakuje bila party, sio?
Mimi si mjinga na mimi si mlevi Mimi najua kitu nasema.
Wewe Kewel, unajua
Then there are
vile
double standards. Kewel,
we need to
don't you
trust
think that
your
is
party
double?
leader, not you.
Listen.
That is
Wewe
double
Okay,
standard.
order everybody now. Order everybody.
Listen.
Thank you. Enough of that. Let's hear from Jonathan and then Sam.
Okay, so that Jonathan akuje, nimeweka a case scenario ya Isaac Ruto, and you've seen how it is making a lot of sense. That is now how it should be done.
It is not making sense, Senator.
What of the Mount Kenya parties? Where are they being muzzled? Ni kama kuwapeleka kichinjio. Because when
hizo vitu Penny hizi vitu Kewela amesema hapa, unajua zitakuja kumfunga yeye mwenyewe. Kwanza wametuambia wako na uongo namba moja. Watu wa Rift Valley wanapewa different
Acha Jonathan aongee.
Please, Jonathan aongee, and then Themba, since you are back,
tutarudiana na huyo.
You can take your chair.
Definitely people, I see here is too hot now. Yo mjadala imepamba moto jamani ya jioni ya leo. Sasa mimi nasema hivi, people we are cheating ourselves because Kenyan politics is local. Wakati kura itafika, unajua sasa hivi tuko na bado na miezi 10 ndio twende kwa uchaguzi. So wakati itafika wakati wa uchaguzi, wakati siasa itapamba moto, like everyone will go to his home background. Kila mtu ataenda, hata watu wenye wanadanganya, tuseme wanadanganya kwa UDA ni wako kwa UDA. Tuseme like side, tuseme Mount Kenya, unajua they always lying. Sasa itafika tu wakati watasimamisha mtu wao mmoja, and all of them they will go to support that person. Sasa hiyo wanasema tu tuko kwa UDA, lakini wakiamua kusimamisha mtu wao mmoja, you will see all of them. Like let's say for example Gachagua akitoka UDA, alafu kura ndio ameanza njia mkato mara yuko mara hayuko. Haya, sasa tumesema wakitoka UDA, UDA itabaki, wakisema tunarudi nyumbani, tunasikiza watu wetu, tunasikiza jamii yetu, tunasikiza tribe yetu imetuambia hivi na hivi na hivi. Sasa UDA itabaki na nini? Itabaki na nini watu? So Kawel, stop saying that mko na numbers ama mko na wananchi, because kura ikipamba moto, things will change very fast, and utashangata kuona, utasema hao ndio tulikuwa tumewatrust wakisema like tuko UDA damu, lakini ikifika wakati wa nini watarudi makwao, watasupport mtu wao. Trust me in this. Because they never support someone else, they will always support theirs. And wakati uchaguzi utafika, Kawel, trust me, wote wataenda wataface Mount Kenya, watasema we are supporting our own, hawata support mtu mwingine. Sasa hiyo wanadanganya tu kwa sababu sasa hivi tu bado siasa bado tuko mbali, sasa hivi bado tuko na 10 months. Lakini wakati itafika ile wakati sasa imekuwa siasa, imekuwa really siasa, ile siasa inapigonga Kenya, everyone will go to his home background. Kila mtu anasema mimi na support
kwetu. Kwani hatuna kwetu? Si hata sisi tunaenda kwetu.
Sio nasema kila mtu atasupport mtu wake. Kila mtu atasema mimi na kwetu. Kila mtu ndio nasema. Sasa kila mtu atasema mimi na support wetu, au utasema mimi nasema na support wetu, mwingine atasema na support wake. So itabaki kila mtu atasema.
Central laona chama.
Hiyo ni poa. Ndio tutajua mbivu na mbichi.
Bado sasa hivi unajua bado
wale wako na adopted children na wale wako na biological children.
Kina Themba hawana chama. Wao wanasema nini? Kila mtu atarudi kwao, Themba atarudi wapi?
Na historia ya Kanu. History ya Kanu. Unajua sasa hivi tunasema hivyo. Raila, hata watu wanasema Raila anasimama. Unajua people are fighting Raila. Raila anaweza amua aseme anaachia Gideon. Watu watafanya nini? Anaweza sema ana support Gideon, and all the Luos, they will vote for Gideon, Siasa bado.
Haya bado kweli.
Jonathan. Kawel.
Chumba.
Okay. Nafikiri Kawel ungekaribisha sisi wakale wawili tumenyane huko mbele, at least one succeed, mwingine
mimi nakubali hivyo. Na si nilisema ndume ni ngapi?
200, na waje wote.
Alafu
so we are lucky, by the way, we have double chance. No problem.
Well, no problem, Basa. No problem. Tuko sawa, my friend.
Yeah.
Na hii Themba hii walipatia Muraje aongoze chama, akaribu na kamanda.
Tumewapanga sawa sawa. Pangekeni. Mtakaa foleni.
Ndio ako diaspora sahi. Themba ako diaspora sahi. Ana chama.
Wacha kutuingilia maneno ya diaspora.
Let's
hear from Sam and then Themba, you are taking charge. Ama tuachie Kewel. Kewel huyu
take charge of what? Mimi naenda kulala. Mimi nakaa kuzuba hapa.
Sam, go ahead.
It's okay, I'll take charge. Kewel take charge. Atauza chama.
Bernard, I have a question,
A question for who?
Chumba.
Everybody, even let's say Kikuyus are they ready for number 2 to deliver votes, and then marshal that campaign of 2022, whichever is Ruto or
nani anaweza kataa number 2?
Have you seen Ruto is undergoing some problems being number 2?
Hakuna mtu atakataa number 2 bana, you know. And I think these the central guys, they don't have a problem. You give them or you don't give them. That is why Kina Moses Kuria are saying give us 40% of the government. Even so, you don't give us number 2, but we'll be controlling the stake of the government. You know, that is still will be okay with them.
And if now Mount Kenya would tell Mudavadi to back them to be number 2, will Mudavadi accept it to support Mount Kenya?
Who goes number 1? Mudavadi.
Mount Kenya, of course. Mount Kenya, of course.
Again?
Yes.
I don't know.
I love the way you are asking again.
Yeah.
What is wrong with again?
In regards to characters like Themba. No way.
Kawel.
Yes, Chumba.
It has not written in the constitution that Gikuyus will rule forever. Even it can rule even for 100 years.
True, but there is a rule of the jungle. It's not been written.
Kawel, watch hizo threats. We are used to you.
Tunaongeleshana kama mandugu na mabrada.
Order everybody. Yes. Kipchumba uliuliza swali, umejibiwa?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let Sam make his contribution as Themba takes charge. I think I'm out of here. See you when you see me later on in the day.
Kama unaenda tunaenda. Huwezi niachie mtu.
Hapana, sijasema muende. Nani amesema muende?
Kiwela akitaka kutoka atoke tu. Kwani amefikiria yeye ndiye anabeba nchi.
Wacha Penny aseme
unabeba nchi.
Wacha Penny aongee before nitoke.
Bernard, see you. Go sleep. Wachana na Kiwela. Kiwela utaongea mwisho.
Penny ongea before niende. Penny ongea before niende. Nyamaza.
So we are giving our parting shot, huh?
No, yes. Penny ngoja. Kiwela, you are not the moderator. Can you be quiet?
Nime request here aongee. Wewe ni nani?
A request is not a permission. Thank you. It is Sam talking. Weka hapo, ngoja muda wako.
Sam has gone to sleep.
Sam, are you there?
Penny endelea.
No, wewe ngoja Kiwel. Sam, are you there?
Wewe unakataza agenda.
Wewe nyamaza Kiwel. Sam, uko hapo?
Sam yuko.
Wewe ni Sam. Sam, are you there?
Kewela amemfinya.
Ama huyo Sam ni Kiwel. Nafikiri ame log in kama watu wawili. Unajua Kewel anakaa ni mtu anaweza log in vitu mbili, anaweza log kama Sam na log in kama Kewel. Si unaona amepotea kwa sababu
Sam si yuko.
Sura.
Acha Kewel aongee.
Unaona there are two people. He's the same person.
Yeah.
So let's make our closing remarks then. I mean, so that we can and we are not going to start with you Kewel. Tutaanza na Bernard. Tutaenda Penny atakuwa wa mwisho. Sasa kaa hapa mpaka mwisho.
Bernard ajamaliza.
Bernard answer your closing remarks.
Me, I was already leaving, but I would just say, let us be serious about 2022. It's a historical elections. Let's not play lightly. It's very different from 2017. And change of guard is not a joke. So let's be very sober on the kind of person we are fronting. Also basing on the state of the country and what the country needs most. Tusiingie tu kwa mtindo wa kusema chama ni chetu na lazima tufanye hivi na lazima tu nini. Let's weigh everything in the balance and form informed decisions. And then I think safeguarding our democracy is important, even as we pursue political offices. Targeting political parties is not the way to go. Let it be voluntary, okay? Voluntary whereby tributaries join a big river, okay? So if my small river is not enough to get to Nairobi, let me join this big river, it will take me to Nairobi. But let it be voluntary, not a demand, not a must. And then as we vie for this highest seat, let's also give room with an understanding that we can get or not get. If we make it a must, ndio tunafikanga mahali hakuna reverse. Na kwanza vile tulikataa BBI, itakuwa ngoma. Kwa sababu, wengine wakikosa hiki kiti, ni kwenda nyumbani straight. Because hakuna structure kukaa Nairobi, hakuna Capitol Hill, hiyo masuala mengine, so sijui itakuwaje. Lakini tunaomba Mungu atatusaidia. Otherwise, thank you very much, guys. We will link up again for further discussions.
Thank you, Bernard. Jonathan, your final remarks?
For me, I would like to beg all Kenyans and the people in the panel, let us not carry ourselves because of politics, because we're still brothers and sisters. At the end of the day, election will come and go, but we'll still remain to be brothers and sisters, and Kenya will still go on. No matter, even if Ruto wins, we'll still live in Kenya, we'll still work, we'll still go to our jobs. Even if Raila comes, so let us just tolerate each other. Let us not have this mind ya kujipiga kifua kusema kama si mimi na si fulani. You know, that's what I can say.
Kipchumba, your final remarks?
Only mine is peacefully election, no just jumping or just stamping. That's all. I wish a very good election coming 2022.
Thank you. Kewel, your final remarks?
After Penny. Ladies first.
Kewel, your final remarks?
Wewe namna gani bwana? Okay, fine.
Sawa, ngoja basi. Unajua sitaki usikie Penny alafu wewe uende. Nataka uongee ndio ungojee Penny aongee kwa sababu Kewel, go ahead.
I'm a Democrat, bana. I'm a democratic guy. You know, mimi na Mungu tunapendwa na watu wewe. Sile siku my friend.
Democrat wa chama za wengine. Wewe demokrasia yako tunaifanyia uchunguzi.
2032 naomba kiti ya urais na mtanipatia. Na mapenzi sitawalazimisha lakini mtanipatia. Haya. What I wanted to say is William Ruto is the best is the best president this country needs in 2022. With this model of bottom-up economy, we need to empower our people from ground coming up. Unaona? You see, with the fact that devolution has really revolutionized this country in terms of resources going down to Mwananchi, it trickles down from national government to the county government. But still then, we can still use an approach whereby pesa zinatoka national government down to mashinani zikipanda juu. I can use a simple strategy ya wanasemanga sales maximization and profit maximization. It means that profit maximization is when you have a product na unaweka markup kubwa. You will sell few products because you want to maximize on profits. But all the same, if you have more products and you make more sales, you will earn more in terms of profits. What am I trying to say? When we give more money to watu wa kawaida, mama mboga, watu wa kupanguza viatu, watu wa bodaboda, they will pay more tax. This approach that William Ruto has used in his bid for presidential, if it is implemented, it is something that is workable and it is something that will make this country, grow fast. We are gonna pay the Chinese loans as fast as we can, and we're gonna sustain ourselves, easily without any struggle or any chipping from foreign loans and stuff like that. William Ruto, I know, is a guy and is a sober fellow who wants best for this country. I would love and I would like to urge people, you join UDA, support UDA, and at the end of the day, we're gonna make this country become a newer country. Hii maneno ya wale wadosi wengine yenye wako huko, I don't want to talk kwa ubaya ama nini. We like them. Wametengeneza pesa mamilioni kwa mabiashara zao, but all the same, hiyo pesa yao ni sawa. Kama wanataka kusupport mtu kwa campaign is allowed, but then that is not the way to do. Kama wanataka kusaidia wa Kenya, come down to the grassroots, pea vijana pesa, pea vijana grants, pea vijana some boosting, bursaries and stuff like that, and we are going to grow this country. Maneno ya Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, we love Baba, but Baba, we want him to go nyumbani, apumzike, akae na kina babu zake na wale mababu za babu zake, atulie nyumbani. We love him so much. Msimpigishe tena kukimbia maneno ya presidency. This presidency can give you,
It was closing remarks, Kiwel. It was closing remarks.
Yes, see, that is closing remarks. Ndio natoa. So
you can't close the remarks for 5 minutes.
I'm just urging Baba.
You close the remarks for,
I
close the
endorse
remarks for 2 minutes.
But okay. Baba has not said he's tired. Baba has not said, no doctor has said he cannot function.
No,
so why are you soliciting advice?
Kuna ile kitu tunaonaga kwa macho.
Is capable.
Kuna ile kitu tunasemanga tu kwa macho. Tunasema, please Baba, at 75 years old, 80 years old.
Watu wa UDA mnatishwa sana na presidential candidate ya Baba. Kwa sababu mnaona
hatutishwi.
Atakuwa ataleta kisungumukuti.
In fact, hiyo kitu tunashinda saa 4 asubuhi tutakuwa tumeshinda. By the way,
well, can you give your closing remarks without opening another level of debate?
Zeni mtu anainiingilia hii mtu hii.
Haya, sawa, endelea. One more minute. 1 minute. Maliza.
So I was saying, would love to have people joining UDA. We support William Ruto presidency, and this country will never remain the same again. Uhuru Kenyatta, you've been a good president for the last 2 terms. Ukivunja hii kitu inaitwa bunge and stuff like that, go home silently na upumzike nyumbani. Wachia sisi tungangane kwa campaign na wandume wengine wenye wamesema sasa tutangangana nao. Otherwise, thank you so much. I love you people. God bless you. Lakini wewe temba wewe.
Okay, Penny, you can go ahead. Kiwel wants to listen to you before he sleeps.
She's a nice one. Wekea mic yake on. We namna gani Bernard?
Unmute. Thank you. My parting shot is that we should appreciate that our politics is basically local. So there's nothing wrong with associating yourself with your local political party, the small tribal parties. There's nothing wrong with that. We should realize that our diversity is where our strength is. So our deputy president should not feel threatened by the tribal parties. He should be open-minded and embrace the political
Good
parties,
advice.
because
Good
our
advice.
our democracy is a multi-party kind of a democracy, and we should allow as many parties to thrive as possible. Hatujafika pale mahali pa kukuwa na two political parties. So we have to go through the process. It's a process. Yeah. Then the other thing that I would want us to, I wanted to discuss is about the bottom-up model of economy. I think it has a lot of controversies. I have never myself understood this bottom-up economic model. So I think they should come up with probably write-ups and proper explanations. They should even do civic education of what this bottom-up economy is all about, and what are the mechanisms that are put in place that will ensure that this bottom-up model of economy thrives in our nation. Because I think currently we have things like corruption. Corruption is so rampant, and some time back our president said that we are losing 2 billion per day. So when you come with this money for the mamambogas and the border guys, we want to be assured that this money is going, I don't know what mechanisms have been put in place to ensure that this money is actually going to reach the mamambogas and the borders. Like the other day, there were youths who were rioting in Karen because they were promised 3,000 per person, only for them to
Nani?
get 200 a month.
Nitoboe niseme ilikuwa nani?
So corruption
Na
is
ni memba ya Mutembei, na ni memba ya Mutembei hapa. There was
wewe ndio ulipewa pesa utupatie ukaruka nazo.
So are we sure that when the DP gives the money, like when the money is given, is it going to reach the mamambogas, or one person is going to get hold of the money and run away with it? Then still about the bottom-up model of economy, we want to be assured, how is it going to be implemented? Is the constitution going to be amended to incorporate some structures that is going to ensure that the bottom-up, they're not coming up clearly with the structures, the mechanisms, and stuff like that. So it seems too good to be true. It seems too good to be true. So we really need a proper explanation. Let them do write-ups, let them educate people, we need to understand. It could be a good thing, and probably the way it's being put emotionally, that's why we are probably rejecting it. So we really need to understand what this bottom-up model is all about. We don't want to imagine that it's a kind of a populist kind, it's a populist kind of an economic model just to make people happy that, we don't want politicians to thrive on our problems, you see. Yeah, so that is all that I have. And then the final point is that our presidential leaders, our presidential candidates should exercise a lot of tolerance. We know that towards the elections, the country is going to be polarized along tribal lines, but we have enough to learn from. We have the past to learn from. Let's not go back to the past. They should be sober, they should be tolerant, they should be respectful, and they should also avoid calling names, like Mganga, Mchawi, Bangi, Mogoroki, and stuff like that.
Mashamba.
That Arab Mashamba,
Yes.
Mtua Sugoi, those things are not very healthy. So I'll call upon all of us in this forum to be the peace ambassadors. Yeah. Let's be peaceful as we approach the elections. That's my parting shot.
Thank you Penny.
Okay.
Ukuna Kiingereza safi sana. Hata sijasikia kitu umesema, ni Kiingereza tupu.
Kiwel nyamaza. Wewe unasikia tu Kiingereza. Okay,
Angalia hapo kwa chat. Penny, angalia hapo kwa chat.
Wewe acha kuchat Penny bana. Relax kwanza.
Wewe ni Secretary General wa UDA. Wewe unasema nini wewe?
Okay, wacha niongee.
Secretary General wa UDA anatafutwa.
Bwana.
Wacha niongee. I want to give my points in 4 points as we close.
Si wewe
umeongea yako kamaliza.
There is a view. Can I give my parting shots before you speak, Themba?
Oh, thank you, Ashley, for joining. Please.
I'm sorry. I have just 2 minutes. I was listening in the background, so I would just be giving my parting shots with the permission of the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Penny, I think you're little. I came in to tell you something. What you see on media, don't believe everything you see. Those youths you saw the other day, Bernard will tell you that they were ODM. So that is a bad politics that they are playing. They were not from UDA. They were just there to malign the name of Ruto. And I know the person who was speaking, and Bernard does, and a lot of these other people here. So I just wanted to let you know, and other people who thought that was Ruto's people, he had promised some money. It was just people trying to spoil his name. That's one of the reasons I got in to correct you on that one, just in case you did not know. The second point is about UDA. You know, in Kenya, we have polygamy allowed, but you cannot go to a monogamous marriage and force yourself in that marriage because polygamy is allowed. Yes, we do have multi-party, but each party and the party leader, the person who formed the party, decides how to run their party. So if they don't want to collusions with some people because of whatever reason, they have a right to make those decisions. And we from outside cannot come and force them to allow those parties into our parties because we have multi-party. Just like a person who is married to one woman cannot be forced to marry a second wife because we have polygamy in Kenya. So if UDA wants to accommodate Moses Kuria and Kiunjuri, they can, but they're also at liberty to say no. You know, that is the right and their freedom to choose who to associate with and who not to associate with, and how to associate with somebody and how not to associate with somebody, because they also have to make judgment. Are these people coming in good will, or are they coming to disrupt? So for whatever reason, if they decide they do not want to associate with them in the manner that they are coming, they have the liberty to say no. And that does not mean that they are telling them that they want to form a one-party system. They are saying this is what we want in our party. There are other parties they can go and join, or they can stand on their own. But we should not condemn UDA when they say no. That is their liberty, and that is democracy. That's all I had to say.
Okay, I'll give my closing remarks in 4. One is constitution. The constitution, we are led by a constitutional democracy, and constitutional democracy, it spells everything that is required of the way we operate. They say constitution is given life by the people, so constitutionalism comes in there. So our constitution does not, it gives a minimum age of 35, but it doesn't give a maximum age. So any Kenyan, constitution does not say a tribe. It does not mention a tribe. It just says any Kenyan. So whatever age you are, it doesn't give up a limit. It doesn't give how many times you can vie. You can vie today, 10, and until it says once you have gotten there, it gives limits of how long you should stay there. But it doesn't give how many times you should try. The other people have tried to be members of parliament for ages. And there is another one who became a member of parliament the other day, Muturi Kigano. He had tried for I don't know how many years until the other day is when he was elected. So the constitution is silent on the upper. So it will be unfair to try and tell some other Kenyans, because anybody is a Kenyan and they have a right to political participation. So we need to be fair with everyone within the constitution. Within the constitution. Does the constitution say? If the constitution says it, then so be it. Because you want any leader who is coming in to lead us by the constitution, not by how they feel. So trying to imagine that we can tell other leaders to step aside, others to stay, those are figments of imagination from where we sit. It is not what the constitution says. Everyone has a, they say that my right ends where you are start. So everyone has a constitutional right, but I should not demand my right and interfere with yours in the process. Second thing is the paranoia. You know, paranoia is a sense that if people meet somewhere, they're talking about you. So we don't need to imagine that if other leaders are meeting to strategize to become presidents, they are meeting to block you. That's a paranoid personality disorder. We don't need that in our country. If the leader of UDA is in the race to be the president, it doesn't mean other people should not meet. What if other people said that he is meeting to kind of mobilize people against them? How will that turn out? You know, so it is now you are meeting. He is meeting to strategize to be a president, not a cattle dip chairman. And the same way, others are meeting so that they can be presidents. So I think this paranoia of people are meeting to discuss me. Yeah, you're going? Let me finish. I'm giving myself. I'll give you time to. Who is that? Who is that?
That's me.
Who?
Sam.
Say your name. Sam. Oh, Sam, were you here? Did you? Sam, we called you all the time to hear from you, man. Where have you been?
Man, I'm busy, man. I'm at work. Busy.
Ah, so can I finish my whatever and then you talk, or you want to ask me a question? We are just giving our final closing remarks.
I know. But
oh, you have been listening?
Yeah, I've been listening a little bit. Just a small question to
Or to me or to everyone? That's okay.
To you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like,
go ahead.
For example, yeah, it's good the way you say about people meeting and talking about blocking someone. But the reason as to why people tend to say that, you saw when the Mount Kenya Foundation guys met, how they were demonizing the community where the deputy president come, and how they even said that this person should even stay out of the government for more 20 years. So those are the things that make people say they try to stop. And they really do when they meet. So they don't talk out of nowhere.
You're right, Sam. In a political competition, you are going there to demand, to require a seat. If whatever you do is going to make the other person not get it, you have not blocked them. You have strategies to get to that seat. You see, the same way when the deputy president is meeting people at the Hustler Mansion, he's busy telling them and setting them up against those other people. So can we also say he's equally blocking those other people? You see, it's a political competition. It is not like we are looking for a circle chairman. It is a political competition, and there's nowhere written that you should not meet certain people because it is a time for. The deputy president has been meeting people in Mount Kenya. Nobody said that he's going there to block them.
My question is, the kind of statement they're trying to bring is they're trying to actually dent some community in Kenya and try to actually isolate them and show as if they're not peaceful to others. It's not like just trying to make some tribal statements. That's now the biggest point. Politics we can play politics, but when we try to touch a tribe, I think you heard someone say hii jamii imeguza jamii yote 42 Kenya wameguza, kuna jamii wajaguza. So why are you inciting all these others against this one? Now unajua Rift Valley, you've got so many tribes living there.
That's the biggest,
No,
that's the question.
no, Sam, I agree with you. All of us agree that we should not balkanize others in the strength, in the basis of our community. We should not discriminate anyone on the basis of the community they come from. That is wrong. If such a thing was said, I mean, we should be able to condemn where we are using a tribe, we are setting a tribe again. We have been along that tangent before. We wouldn't want to go that route. It is not wrong to belong to a tribe. It is not wrong to be persuaded by a particular side of a party or policies that a party holds. But also we should not view it like if other people are meeting to strategize, that they are meeting necessarily to block you. They are meeting to get the prize. And I gave an example a few minutes ago that, you can be having a neighbor. If your neighbor, for example, that particular day amepika nyama inanukia, and wewe hujapika nyama inanukia, you don't say wameenda kupika nyama ndio wakunukishe. You don't think that it is only an evil reason that the other person will be meeting. So I think this obsession with, like everybody else is meeting to plan against me is setting people against each other, which is not good. It's not us versus them. It is the policies. Politics and election is a way we get our leaders. After that, those leaders become leaders for everybody within the country. It is not about whether you voted for them or not. It's just a political competition. Nobody is being blocked. Ruto is free to strategize according to him. He sees the best way of doing that is meeting people in Karen, bringing them communities from different regions of the country, and is bringing them to Karen. To him, that is a strategy that is working for him. Let others also strategize. You see, not feel like they're meeting for him. The other thing is political parties. I think our country is a multi-party democracy. The thing is, you see, he's chosen that path. And our political parties have not developed to the point that they are owned by people. I mean, the wananchi. The parties are owned by individuals, So it is not fair for an individual to imagine that all the others should disband and come and join him because he thinks his is the best. I think that's selfish. Already it says a lot about the individual, and it is also not increasing the competitive nature of our democracy. So as a deputy president and as a key political player in the country, people look up to him to set the agenda. So we will criticize. Listen, Ashley, we gave you time.
What I'm just interjecting is that you're misrepresenting.
But I gave you time. I didn't interject when you're talking. I didn't interject, sir. When she was, do you want to speak? I can allow you to speak. Then I'll speak.
What I'm saying, maybe you didn't understand what the deputy is doing. He's not forcing people to come to his party. These people want.
You can't, Ashley. You can't purport. Ashley, you can't purport to speak for the deputy president.
A minute. The reason I interjected you.
You can't purport to speak for the deputy. You speak according to your understanding of what he's saying.
And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So the reason what he has UDA, they want to come to him as a collision. Like the way NASA was formed. They want to be a collision with UDA. UDA is telling them, we do not want you to come in as a collision. We want you to come in and dissolve your party. That is the condition to join UDA. So if they don't want to join UDA, as they have done, they can stay in their parties. So nobody is telling people to dissolve and become a one party. The condition for those parties that have been told, if you want to come in, you have to come in and integrate into UDA and dissolve your party. If that condition is not something that you can handle, then you can stay in your party or look elsewhere. That's what UDA is telling them.
Okay, Ashley. Now, by asking people to dissolve their parties and to join one party and to be integrated into it is against the spirit of multipartyism, which we so much fought for as a nation. So why are we going where we came from? Why are we going back to Egypt?
So I think you didn't understand. He's not telling them, he's telling them if they want to come to UDA, they have a choice to stay with their parties, but they cannot come. That is the condition for UDA itself.
Now, Ashley, this
So
UDA, is
is
it not a
against the
political
spirit of
party in Kenya that is supposed to meet the constitutional threshold, or is a private party that functions by its own rules?
Each party has their own rules. They have what they can accept, what they cannot accept, and they should also use wisdom. Because if personally I had a party, I would refuse some people even from joining my party. Each of the parties is liable for their failure or success. So I think when they tell particular people, you had Kiwel say that the senator for the Isaac Ruto has been allowed. So there is a reason, and we are going to believe that in their wisdom, they are telling some of the people who want to join, no, you come in as a member, not as a collision. They have the right to do that within the multi-party democracy, to accept some people. Like if you come and tell me I want to be your friend in the multi-party democracy, they can say no. Or yes, you can be with these conditions. And some of them, they don't give them conditions. That is they are derogatory. I mean, like that they can choose who to accept and to what level to accept each party. But it doesn't mean that he wants a one-party system. It's just to be a UDA member for Moses Kuria. He has, because you know what, Bernard, some of these people can may be coming to destroy your party, and maybe that is what they are coming to do, and maybe they have seen that.
The destroying of the party is not yet here yet. It is we are in a multi-party democracy, whereby each political party has its own rights and its own right to associate with whatever political persuasion they have. Now,
Correct.
if you tell me to dissolve my party, are you not infringing on my political
No.
rights?
I'm not telling you to dissolve. I'm telling you, in order to come to my party, if you want to join my party, that's what if they want to join UDA, they cannot come in as a collision.
But UDA is a party that belongs to Kenyans. I'm Kenyan.
Bernard, can I finish making my point? Because
UDA has the people who formed it.
Ashley has made her point according to how she understands what the
and
deputy
you know what,
president says.
You say something about the presidency. There is the constitution, so we have to do things within the constitution, and the constitution gives each party their own right to form rules under which they will operate, and those are the rules of UDA.
Okay.
And let me ask you, Ashley, when you say that some parties...
No, it's okay, Penny.
Okay, hold on, Penny. I think let's give Themba their time to finish his...
Let me finish, because that is according to Ashley's understanding of what the UDA stands for. But we have a right to criticize it. Okay, so when we are criticizing it, it's just the same way you can criticize when the ODM did not carry out its nomination. Everybody criticized it. So anything that is happening there within the country, whether it is UDA, if it is gonna be coming to be a party ruling us, it's gonna be criticized. So we have to criticize the particular notion that, hey, this is not the right direction to go. They have a right to hold it. They have a right to admit whoever they want, but we have a right to criticize it because it's a party operating in Kenya. So that is a way of encouraging single party rule. That's what we are saying. We are criticizing. We are not saying they abandon it. If they want to stick with it up to the end and it is what is going to work for them, that's okay. But we are going to criticize it. So political parties need to be allowed, because Kenya, actually, speaking of which, there was some youths within the Rift Valley have started saying that it seems the government has been led by coalitions for the last 3 or 4 elections. So going to the next election, if it is going to be led by a coalition, then it means the one that is going to be alone might most likely go to the opposition. And so they are thinking it's a good thing that Gideon Moi did, that he revamped Kanu, so that they are now having their footings in both. If this other coalition forms the government, they at least will not be in the opposition, which is their bargain. I think that might work well. Now, finally, on the issue of bottom-up that Penny talked about, I think you, like us and many other people, that's a concept that we are really struggling, you know. Assuming you have given Mama Mboga, let's say 500, and Mama Mboga is supposed to go and take Mboga from the farm. The farm in which they are going to, the farmer has not been empowered. They're struggling. The person who is coming to be carried does not know where to get the money. So there's no money circulating. It still have, they keep quoting the Chinese, China has been developed by bottom up, which is, it's a lie. Chinese is a social economy. That's the way they operate. The government has to make, to give an infrastructure, you know, that enables people to work for themselves. You don't want a handout economy where you're waiting for someone to come and give you handout. We need a place where people are given the right environment for them to work. So they can continue selling it to us, some of us. It will take a little bit of time to understand. You don't come and you know, throw a slogan and then you know, imagine that people will buy it and it will sell. So for me, I think it's more of a populist. Let me give you an example. In South Africa, when Zuma was coming in, he came and told all South Africans that when he gets in, they will get into offices. So the South Africans imagine that immediately Zuma gets in, they will be now driving on those things, the Afrikaans, you know. What happened? Zuma gets in and the money becomes sweet. And what happened later? Corruption, state capture. He realized that these things, you must eat first yourself before you give it to others. So this populism of using the masses to enrich yourself, get to power, then enrich yourself, is something that has happened elsewhere. It's not being experimented in Kenya, where poor people are being taken advantage of, sold to things that they don't even understand. Then they make noise. Imagine, do you want State House to wake up tomorrow and then you find around State House Road, all Mama Mbogas are there making noise that we were told this is our State House? That's anarchy. And a country is ruled by the law. You can't go to someone's farm like they did in Zimbabwe when Mugabe came in and they chased everybody and decided to give them farms. You know, it is impoverished. So you want an economy that is not ruled by populism, rules by the rule of law. You cannot rule a country without the rule of law. You have to rule within the rule of law. So telling people like, sisi tutakuwa na serikali ya mama mboga, what are you telling them? You are lying to them in broad daylight. So I think politics of populism should be condemned at any level. Above all, I think, well, and Kipchumba said something very important. Politics will come and go. Kenyans will remain as Kenyans. We should be vigilant. We should love each other. We should exercise our politics with a lot of caution. And then we should be able to appreciate that after politics, we've got a life. Love the brother. It's not about the tribe. Let's be proud of whichever tribe someone comes from. It shouldn't be something that we are looking at it down upon someone because of either their political persuasion, their tribe, or whatever place they come from. It is not us versus them. It's the whole Kenya together. After all, these elections is just a process of getting leaders. Once they get there, there are leaders for all the Kenyans, not for the rich, for the poor, or for whichever tribe. Having said that, I think we have come to the end of our show today.
I just want to say something or 2 points on what you said. I like where you have ended that for all Kenyans. We hope so, that they will work for all Kenyans and not their tribes, not special interests. And second, and I know, Themba, you know this, like the White House is called the House of the People. Saying Mama Mboga State House does not mean that they go there. It says that it serves the people. It's for the people. It's the house for the people, meaning whatever they are doing is for all the people in the country, not just for some. So saying for the people doesn't mean that they come and live there or they come and Mama Mbogas to show up there. So that's what you're trying to put it in literal terms, but it's a symbolic when you say
Now,
that it's a house for the people or for Mama
yes,
Mboga.
but you know that is not what happened. I'm giving you examples. That's not what happened in South Africa. You know why you have the killing of other people from other places? It's because they were given that and they were sold to a different idea. What the masses down there get is totally different. So we need to appreciate the rhetoric and how we put our language, what the other person who is down there is interpreting it to be. So in any place where we go, we need to be very, very careful. And also we want to urge our political class and political players to be very careful of setting people and communities against each other. It is not right. It is not good. We saw it in 2007. And we don't want to see it 2007, 2008. We don't want to see it happening again. There's no fear. A political election is just a process that comes and goes. We shouldn't be fearing having elections. It is a process of getting leaders. So that's the constitution, and we have to follow it. So, Penny, you want to say something as you come to an end?
No, I think I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bernard, are you still there?
Bernard is gone.
I'm here.
Can you pray for us, Pastor, so that we close? But before you pray, let me.
We are praying or giving a shout out for these guys who have stuck by.
Yeah, let me give shout out to certain people who are online. I see Moses Nanje. I see Dennis Ondieki. I see Variety Gitash, Justus Zoino. I see Asili 2 TV. See Pundit Kenya, Wicked Runs Away Unchased. That's an interesting name. Dixon Momondi. Yeah.
Temba, I wanted to ask you, how often do you, how many times do you appear live?
Bernard, you wanna go to that? When there's a topic, when something happens and we think it's something that it's worth a debate, then we go live. I think at times
Temba, it's usually all weekends, and then midweek is when there is a special ground moving announcement, like reshuffling of cabinet or something significant.
Okay,
but
so
we
have
other special shows that we address specific topics that come on Wednesday, business or for immigrants, the people want to go to work in the foreign countries.
Okay.
But weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we are in for live throughout.
Okay.
And I wish we would start at 8. Long time we used to start at 8, but now you guys start later. So most people are usually not able to join.
At times we wait for some to sleep because the kind of heavyweight we receive here at 8, you need to have eaten at 6 before the show begins.
Okay, I think Penny, you got your answer, so you can plan yourself. You can join anytime. I mean Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe weekdays. Opportunity Wednesday. We are trying to see if we can avail as many opportunities to as many people. You know, you never know. Someone could come to this channel and gain from what has been shared. At the end of the day, it's not all politics. It's at the end of the day. Yeah, you got to get something.
I've learned a lot, and I'm so grateful for this forum.
Yeah. So and we are hoping that even you, if you have, we are hoping that we can get people giving us suggestions on other opportunities that can be available for youths in the local areas, because you see, politics at the national level at times does not benefit the local mwananchi if you don't have opportunities existing within that place. And truth be told, whichever government comes in next year, it will have to spend the first term paying up whatever loans and stuff like that. So if you're not having an opportunity of something you're doing like every day, then you'll still be where you are right now before even the election, 5 years from now. So I think we can always try and have our ears in the ground. If we have those people who can open up opportunities, working areas or whatever for anybody, I think that will be helpful. And, you know, since there's a channel that's open to anybody, anywhere, we can always share those details. So there's also Dixon Omondi. I think I mentioned that. There's WRT Kipchumba. Oh, okay. I don't know what that person said. Okay. Chris Wasike. We have seen your comment. There is also Kathy Krishna. We've seen your comment. And I think I should say what wicked runs away unchased has said. I think that is very good for some of the panelists. You say he or she, I don't know whether it's a lady or a man, says Penny and Ashley big ups. So they've given you a big up. So I think it's a good way to end. I know we have other listeners and viewers who are viewing us from the Facebook. I'm not able to see that, but I think we appreciate you logging in and watching what is taking place here. Kindly remember to share, subscribe to the channel as much as possible. We say, let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. That is a good thing to do. I mean, the more we talk, the more we engage, the better. When we stop talking, we'll think of probably raising other things, fighting. All the opinions that are expressed in this channel, they are not necessarily those of Mutebe TV and the owner. It is for those particular individuals who are expressing that opinion. And having said that, I think we can go ahead and have our pastor take it away.
Thank you very much, and let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to be on this platform and share our various viewpoints on matters Kenya. We want to present the nation to you and ask you to keep it. You are the only one that is able to navigate this nation from one stage to another. And we ask you in the name of Jesus that in the view of the 2022 elections, you alone knows who is right for this nation and who should be able to help this nation rise from where it has fallen to where it ought to be. I pray for wisdom, understanding, and courage in every heart and every mind of every Kenyan, that as we make the decisions by voting, we shall vote rightly, guided by you and helped by you. We give you thanks and bless you for each and every family around this nation. There are those that are on their lowest final end and others who are struggling with one thing or another. We pray that your grace will be sufficient for each and every family, each and every individual. Help us, O God, and cause us to prosper according to your word. We thank you for this platform. We pray that you cause it to excel and be a blessing to as many as you have called. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Well, bless you. Let us meet again later on in the day. Let's have a nice time together.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night.